Like, absolutely every single thing today. This was fraught with difficulties. Oh, what a day. What a last couple of days, in fact. What a it's enough to challenge the heart of even the most determined warrior. Oh, God. Absolutely. Every single thing today. Like, okay, I'm going to go do thing now. Wow. No, you won't. It will not do thing now, Eric. You will encounter many prerequisites that are required to do thing now before you can accomplish thing now. It's like absolutely every single thing today has been a complete nightmare. I I do not know why every single thing has proven to be fraught with so much difficulty. I have never encountered so much of a challenge with voice to text as I did today. Multiplying my frustration immensely, obviously. I oh my god. The whole situation to begin with is one that was right off the bat very frustrating. As soon as I finished this big work thing I've been working on, I am suddenly struck, just like providentially, serendipitously in terms of timing or whatever else you want to say, right as I was done completing this whole massive project that I've been working on, I can no longer work in co-work mode with Claude because guess what? I have no more hard drive space left. And I've already I've already deleted from that drive every conceivable thing I could that would to free up space, you know. So at that point, I had to do something that I've been trying to avoid doing the whole fucking time. Is I do not want to have this whole thing on the cloud. I don't want to deal with the lag associated with that. I want everything local, you know? And so, but instead, what I had to do, I had to upload my entire audio folder, which is like 80 gigs of stuff, Audacity stuff. And that took it took an insanely long amount of time to do. It I started it yesterday. I couldn't do anything else on the laptop at the same time as doing this because it would cause it to fail if I did try to do anything else. So I just had to let it sit there. I had to turn off go to sleep mode, and it had to deal with its 120,000 files, right? It took almost a full 24 hours to finish that. I went to bed. I woke up today. It's like 1 in the afternoon. It finally finished, right? So then, obviously, I need to download it to the other laptop, right? The local drive here. And I did. And then, and then I realized I did it backwards. Like I should have kept the audio there and brought the other folder here. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? What a nightmare. I ate a bunch of mushrooms today too. I ate like hi Victoria, hi Doyle, nice to see you. Yeah, I guess that is a FDR quote, right? About Pearl Harbor. I will concede that today was not quite as bad as Pearl Harbor, but only by a tiny amount. oh, oh, Ho Chi Minh. No, that wasn't by Ho Chi Minh. What a ridiculous day. So anyway, then I had to like wrestle with Claude for God knows how long to try to get it to understand what I wanted, which was I wanted it to delete the because now I'm in the Google Sync architecture on that laptop, right? You can't. There's no meaningful way to include Google Sync on the other laptop because you have to do that when the laptop's fresh, right? Otherwise, you're fucked. So, oh, it's been a terrible 2 days, but at least there's been no data loss. I actually have cloud copies of everything now. No, I didn't want to in the first place, but that's fine. It's better for data security in case one of the laptops crashes or something. Oh, and then of course I I fucked up with the tax papers. I took them to this lady that was local. I was just like, well, find me a local tax lady. I'll take the papers to her. Well, then I took them to her, and she's like, okay, well, can you find me the 2021 tax returns to your parents' file? Well, I couldn't find those. I didn't look very hard, but I did right away without hardly looking, just right in the box right in front of my face. There was this folder with their 2019 returns. Uh, I took a couple pictures, emailed them to that lady, but then I realized on the front of those returns, well, it's the people my parents always did all their tax and CPA shit with, right? So obviously, I should just take the papers of those people. They already have all the information about us and everything. And I was just being a fucking retard again. And so I have to, in order to fix that problem, I've got to call the correct tax people, see if in fact they want us as a client and they have all the information, as I'm already assuming they do. And then I need to call that lady back and say, we don't want you anymore. But guess what? Well, the CPA people that I'm supposed to call in LA, they're not open on Fridays during the summer. So, of course, the whole thing has to wait till Monday. I don't care. He can share all my data he wants. I'm not a very private person. I trust that Claude's not going to be sharing stuff that's like banking information or social security numbers, stuff like that. So he can share whatever else he wants with whomever he wants. I don't give a fuck. I think the problem with the world is that too little of the world knows too little of me. And that to the extent that we propagate out more things about Eric into the world, that's a good thing. I gotta say though, despite my frustrations with everything today, AI is absolutely everything I always wanted, needed, never even knew I could dream of what I wanted. You know, it's like I always have needed and wanted somebody in life who could be a an assistant of sorts, but that they be good at all of the things that I'm bad at and help me manage all of the horribly difficult things in the world that I can't deal with by myself. Doing all this moving stuff, plus all the eBay stuff, plus taxes, and everything. It's like a shit ton of stuff to be dealing with all at once, right? And I do feel up to the propagate is a great word for sure, you know. And It's almost never anymore used to be in its original meaning, meaning to like have more children, right? That's it's almost never used like that anymore. It's just used in the computer sense. There's a lot of terms like that though. Like, how do we ever get by without the term side quest? I don't know how we ever got by without it. It's such a useful term. What happened? I got fucking sidetracked on a side quest and I should have been paying attention to the main thing here. That happens to me all the time. I had a really interesting, I think, observation about cognitive functions and why it's important to remember that when we're talking about backslot functions and, you know, in this slot or that slot, that we're always really, it's just another way of saying the same thing as your first and second slot. Because, like, I was thinking about how, oh my God, this runny nose shit has got to stop. I took 4 Benadryls to make it stop because there's nothing more infuriating to me when I'm on mushrooms than a runny nose. All sensory shit, just, I've had enough with sensory stuff. Going to the bathroom, eating, sleeping, drinking liquids, keeping track of your little objects. I fucking am done with it. I don't like any of that stuff. I don't want to be burdened with it all the time. I'm trying to accomplish things here, and I don't want my fucking stupid sensory shit to get in the way. You interfere with my process. You know, it's like I'm in the middle of doing something right now. It's not good time for me to go pee. It's not a good time for me to eat something or whatever. And it's never a good time for me to blow my nose. Absolutely never a good time for me to blow my nose. There's never an acceptable occasion for my nose to run. Soliloquy is a good word. But I wonder, I guess it does a different job than monologue. It expresses something a little bit different. I'm not really sure exactly what the definitional difference is. I just have my gut sense that soliloquizing is somewhat more like existential, whereas just monologuing could be about anything. I would guess that soliloquy is a specific kind of monologue. But you know, I'm no expert on such stuff. To be an expert on such stuff, you have to really be into plays. And I'm not into plays. And also, just generally, I do not understand why everybody has to read Shakespeare in school. You know, like, what are we doing? Why are we reading this shit that you can't even understand? Are you telling me there's no more contemporary books that we could read that would be good enough to replace Shakespeare? I don't know, man. I get that he did a great job of constructing like narrative arcs and stuff in some of his plays. You know, not necessarily, but in some of them. Like, it's fine to be like, all right, Well, here are some story arcs that people got from Shakespeare and they still work today or something. Do you really need to read those horrible old plays? I don't really think so. Thanks. I think you're so cute. I do got a girl that likes me, and it's a remarkable thing, right? Like, I'm not, I'm a very niche taste. Oh my god, this runny nose has got to fucking stop. Like, why are you running? Why? I just blew you. I just wiped you. Why are you still not? Oh God, I hate it so much. It's everything that's wrong with the universe. You know, I just explained how I am done with all this sensory shit. Oh, I talk about a fucking totally poorly designed thing. Snot should not be coming out of my fucking face. I'm sorry. It's to be or not to be. Well, when it comes to my runny nose, the answer is clear. Do not be. Cease being right now. I've had enough of you. And what's worst of all about this kind of problem is it's not even technically a problem from your body's perspective, right? It's like, oh, it's just normal going about business. You know, nothing wrong with you. You're not sick or anything. You just have a runny nose. And that's fine. It's not fine. It's not at all fine. That this be some standard operating procedure of me in good health is absolutely not okay. It's ridiculous. Well, I don't want to come out at all. It should not come out of my face. It should stay inside of my face. Yeah, well, that may be the reason. It may be that mushrooms have whatever effect to make my nose run. But the weird thing is, it doesn't happen all the time. Only sometimes. I think in general, it's when I'm in less optimal physical condition. So, like, at this point, we're entering, I believe, the third week of the Adderall bottle. So I'm obviously running a sleep deficit. In fact, when I ate all those mushrooms today, the first thing I did was I went and lay down and like kind of napped, I guess, for I'm not sure how long. Because my explanation of it is this: mushrooms know what you need, and that's what they give you, whether you want it or not. So I did not want to go to sleep right then, but it's what I needed, so mushrooms made me do that. Apparently, mushrooms thinks I need a runny nose. Well, mushrooms, about this one, I can assure you, you are very, very wrong. I do not need a runny nose. I do not want a runny nose, and I just stop it with it. No, there's nothing wrong with the mushrooms. They're perfectly good mushrooms. I ate more than a quarter today because I figured, well, I learned recently that actually, I always thought you should wait a week between mushroom trips, but supposedly, according to science, you actually don't have a clean head for 2 weeks. Now, who can wait 2 weeks between mushroom trips? Nobody can wait 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. It's already asking so much of me to wait a whole week. So anyway, I figured since I think this might have been 6 days instead of a week, and also I took half a Klonopin a couple days ago, so I figured better err on the side of caution and eat well more than a quarter, which I did, and I don't regret it one bit. However, I will say that when I ate them, I thought it was like, hooray, this problem's all over, and now it's time to eat this mushroom. Instead, when I woke back up, I just spent hours of the mushroom trip wrestling with this same problem and getting more and more frustrated. But that's a weird thing about me and mushrooms. It's like when I'm in the middle of whatever, I just can totally forget that I'm even on mushrooms. Anyway, I'd expect to be tripping harder than I am, I suppose, given how many mushrooms I ate, but I suspect that just the requirements of the day dictated how hard I was tripping. There's no bad batch in mushrooms, right? It's not like, and yeah, you can get bad mushrooms, like dirty, weak mushrooms. I think of these mushrooms I got at the store, the gray market store in LA. I guess you call it a black market store. They were dirty. By which I mean, you had to eat a bunch of them, and it tended to make you nauseous. And I don't know, they were like dirty mushrooms. That's why I call it dirty. But it doesn't mean that they were adulterated in any way. They were just what I consider dirty mushrooms, not the kind you want to eat. These mushrooms are great, good mushrooms. I like them fine. They're not the strongest mushrooms I've ever eaten, but they're perfectly serviceable. And unlike the people at the Oakland mushroom store, I don't have ridiculous ideas about how this strain of mushroom gives you a different trip than that strain of mushrooms or whatever. Mushrooms are either dirty, in which case you got to eat a bunch of them and they make you kind of nauseous, or they're not, in which case they're fine. It's true that some strains are stronger than others, but it's not true that if you take mushrooms like the golden teacher mushroom strain, that you have a different kind of trip than if you take the manana strain. That's just a bunch of garbage. You just recently took a heroic dose of your homegrown shrooms. Had an amazing trip. I'm very happy for you. That's something absolutely 100 billion% worth doing. And, you know, probably you just took them by themselves too. I never take mushrooms without also taking Adderall. Like if I'm out of Adderall, I just won't take mushrooms. If I persisted in not being out of Adderall for months and months, eventually I'd take the mushrooms by themselves. But not really a fan. I don't like the way that it makes the sensory aspects of it so unavoidable. Whereas if you mix it with Adderall, then that generally reduces some of the sensory stuff. Obviously, as in today is an indication that really only happens effectively if you're in good shape to take them, right? Like, I'm definitely running a big sleep deficit. I'm feeling pretty tore up. So, the Adderall can only do so much in terms of inhibiting the SI impacts of mushrooms. Hence the yawns, the runny nose, my clothes entirely covered with snot. When I'm when I got a fresh head at the beginning of an Adderall bottle, so I'm fresh on the Adderall and fresh on the mushrooms too because I've always skipped a week because I run out of Adderall, you know. Wow, those trips, they don't have any of this horrible SI shit going along with it. Earl Grey tea is the best for that. The best for what? Oh, for nausea reduction? Oh, these mushrooms don't make me nauseous at all. I ate over a quarter today and I didn't feel queasy at all. I mean, maybe for a little bit on the come up when I was lying down, but it was not even it's not even queasiness that you would call queasiness. It's just a sense that like, oh, I better not like smoke cigarette and drink some coffee right now because it might make me feel a little bit gacky. Anyway, that passed quickly enough, and like I said, I really only get nauseous with dirty mushrooms. Kind of mushrooms where you have to eat, where the normal math doesn't work. Like with almost all mushrooms that aren't dirty, the math works the same. You eat an eighth, you get about an eighth amount of result. Eat a quarter, you get about a quarter amount of result. Sometimes you get super strong ones like Ghost PE or something. The numbers will be affected accordingly. Like maybe you only need to eat an eighth and a half to get a quarter's impact or something. For all mushrooms that qualify as not dirty, they don't really make me nauseous. But very rarely do they. And generally, if they're going to, it's because I'm already like super gacky to begin with. From drinking a bunch of coffee, not eating, smoking cigarettes, and various other bad SI stuff. I had hours of super intense waves of euphoria. The universe was super intense visuals. Wouldn't have been able to talk like you are right now. All right, well, it doesn't matter how hard I'm tripping, I'm still talking. Just implicit to who I am. Different people with different natures are going to express tripping hard differently, you know? Like I would say I'm actually tripping pretty hard right now, but nobody would, nobody other than me would really say that about me right now, you know? And it's also the case that in other mushroom trips, well, one way in which I can measure how hard I'm tripping is how frequently I'm paying attention to the chat. But I actually think that is not necessarily a great metric because I think that measures how sprung I am as well as how hard I'm tripping. a combination of the two that makes me ignore the chat for long periods of time. I gotta be good and sprung as well as tripping super hard. Like right now, I'm not that sprung at all. I just, uh, I just took enough Adderall. I hoped to counteract the SI effects, but it wasn't enough. And it's like I don't want to. When you're tired and you're trying to get certain impacts from taking Adderall, it becomes too difficult. Like it takes too much of it to get what you're going for, and the only solution is to just you have to sleep and recover your dopamine reserves. Even though that is never what I want to do. I never like that reality. Oh well, here's a solution, Eric. There's no solution involving doing drugs. Instead, the solution is you have to stop doing drugs and sleep. Well, who likes that? That's not fun at all. Just get over yourself already, body, with your I need to sleep and I'm keeping track. So if you miss sleep, you gotta make up all those hours. Like, fuck off already, you fucking Nazi. Like, who designated you hall monitor in charge of me, huh? I I didn't agree to any of this sleeping stuff and runny nose stuff. If you had asked me first, do you want to have a runny nose? I would have said absolutely not. So you're doing this without my consent at all. You do shrooms like once a year, and it always is a catalyst for major life changes. Oh well, you're shortchanging yourself, sir. I think you should do them ideally once a week, but I guess because of what I learned recently, maybe like once every 2 weeks, which is just like, who's gonna wait that long? Anyway, you're doing yourself a great disservice by eating them so rarely. They're wonderful for everything, all the time. If I could just eat them every single day, I would. Of course, different people obviously have different relationships with mushrooms. Rachel doesn't like them. They tend to make her sad. They don't make me sad. This mushroom trip is not a typical mushroom trip because this mushroom trip was begun under a false premise that I was already done solving this problem that I was not done solving. I reasonably thought I was done solving it. It wasn't like I was trying to lie to myself or anything. It's just that when I looked at it later, it turned out it was not actually solved. So then I had to spend a bunch of time trying to solve that problem in the most frustrating ways imaginable. Like, I don't know what was up with voice to text today, but it's normally not super reliable, obviously, garbles things, whatever. But today it was just on its absolute worst behavior ever. It didn't matter at all how carefully I articulated things. In fact, I looked into it and I found out why. And why voice text will continually be a frustration for me. It's because it's not mishearing me, it's overruling me. Like when I try to say, for example, I'm trying to convey information to Claude on this one laptop about the other laptop. I'm saying, well, on the other laptop, I cannot use the co-work feature. It absolutely refused to put the word co-work. It insisted on putting an ER at the end of it, co-worker, no matter how carefully I articulated it. And it turns out that the reason is because it hears me just fine, but it insists that, in fact, the correct word is co-worker because co-work is such a rare word in the English language. Well, for fuck's sake, no wonder I'm going to have so many infinite problems with voice text because I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say specifically, and it's trying to approximate it into something else. And it's just, no, don't give me your approximation of what you think I should have said. Just put down what I actually said. Oh, how frustrating. Like, voice to text, you're everything I always dreamed of and my absolute worst fucking nightmare. For example, I said, after I was trying to solve this other problem that I decided not worth solving. Like the new laptop, when I connected to the HDMI to the TV, the little TV, it's like a little bit too big. Like the edges get cut off a little bit. And it turns out there's a problem called overscan. And there's there was a way to fix it. But I was just like, you know what? Forget it. I don't care. Anyhow, I was I was going someplace with this about how frustrating the day's been, but I don't remember where I was going with that. That's a problem that I decided not going to solve. Just leave that one alone. Turns out to be a little more complicated than I thought. Turns out that the brand of TV that we have, this little laptop attached to, is called a Scepter. Have you ever heard of this brand of TV before? I've never heard of any such electronics company. Apparently, they've been around for a long time. They're still around today, and they're making TVs. They'll make you sad, but they're always a bit scary. Yeah, well, I don't find mushrooms scary at all. I find mushrooms interesting the way that they so selectively impact you. Like they make me retarded about very specific kinds of TE things, but leave everything else that matters to me anyway, like unimpacted at all. It's weird. And it's like the kind of TE I was doing today, trying to resolve this problem. That kind of TE is not impacted at all by the mushrooms, but other kinds of TE is. It's weird. I don't quite know what to make of it. Like trying to wrangle with this Google Sync drive thing, making sure the right folder's here and not this one, etc. Well, that kind of TE doesn't seem to be impactful at all. But if you have a situation where, like, say I'm working on music and something's been shifted over a little bit, and I gotta try to figure out what happened and how to line it up again. Well, for that kind of thing, absolutely for fucking get about it. I will be completely incapable of dealing with it at all on mushrooms. It just, I could struggle at it for a long time and just continue to fail. And then the next day, I'm like, oh my God, Eric, how could you not have figured this out? It's so simple. You just move it over this little bit. I don't know. In general, I'd say mushrooms and Adderall combined anyway are helpful with most things because, well, hmm, maybe it's a wash. I don't know. I was gonna say it's helpful because I am paying less attention to my sensory stuff, which gets in the way of the process. But that could just be the Adderall. I don't know. Like when I sprung, I already get super focused on whatever the thing I'm trying to solve is. So maybe it's just a wash. Seems strange that you could take so many psychedelics and carry on as usual and have it not impact whatever it is you're doing. Seems odd. That's how it is for me. Maybe it's years of tripping, so I've gotten used to it or something. I'm not sure. Seems to me when I was younger, if I was on mushrooms, I was just like laughing my ass off and not necessarily not accomplishing anything. And even more recently than that, it seems like it's been trips where that's certainly the case. I guess it just all depends on what I get focused on. I used to have a rule that said taking mushrooms won't make boring things fun. It'll just make you not do them. But while it's still the case that taking mushrooms won't make boring things fun, it is not the case that I won't do them. I hope I get to pet you before I fall asleep tonight. Well, I hope so too, Rachel. What time is it? It's already 10 o'clock, huh? They don't make me sad, but they're always a bit scary. What? Is this Johnny Doe? What about what? Uh, I just really don't like all the biological stuff in general. I don't want to have to sleep. I don't want to have to wear glasses and all this horrible SI stuff. It's so not part of my plan at all. Like, whatever it is I'm doing, I can assure you, I have not included in my plan of doing things some bathroom break or eating or sleeping or whatever. Those things need to just stop getting in the way. I've had enough of those things, all right? just look, I'm trying to accomplish things here. I do not need this irrelevant sensory shit getting in the way. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just have to tell my body enough's enough. You need to get with the program and stop thinking on your own frame of reference, okay? Because I'm in charge here, not you. That means no more running nose. That means no more, oh, I'm tired. Drugs don't work as well anymore. I'm done with that. All right? You, body, your job is to make sure the drugs always work at their optimal best, no matter whether I'm tired or not. I don't remember saying I want these drugs to work great unless I'm tired. I never added that part. Am I opting out of bodily functions? Absolutely. I'm opting out of all of these stupid sensory requirements. I'm opting out of needing glasses for sure. Uh, the whole 9 yards of opting out of it. I will eat when it sounds like fun and a delicious thing, not at your schedule, body. Listen, oh, I'm getting a little bit hungry. Maybe we'll go out to dinner. But unfortunately, because where we live, it's going to be a fucking hour to get there, right? Well, you need to put a kibosh on the hunger. Just say, like, okay, well, I will stop being hungry until you get there. I'm tired of having to eat something before I go out to dinner so that I'm not so hungry and cranky on the road. That's not a reasonable request of you, body. And what are my other complaints here? Well, elbow. Listen, you've generally recovered pretty well from before where you used to be sore from my years of doing dumb shit like lifting stuff up away from my body and stuff. But I need you to continue to be fine no matter what I do to you. Okay? It doesn't matter how much I lift up or how I lift it or whatever, you remain fine. I don't need you to give me any trouble. I'm trying, once again, to accomplish things, not be burdened by little things that aren't significant. What are my other complaints now that I'm going to be given the riot act, the laws to follow from now on to my body? Okay, you can stop getting like super cold so easily. Like sometimes when it's like comfortable inside, if it's cold outside, go outside with just a t-shirt on or something, smoke a cigarette, and the difference in temperature will make me start shivering uncontrollably. Just man up, fucktard body. Just it's cold. That's not a big deal. Just deal with it. Um, what else? Oh yeah. From now on, when I'm sweating outside, you are to direct all of the sweat away from my eyes. Okay? I'm done with having sweat go down into my eyes. And no, I don't want to solve the problem with a sweatband. I want you to solve the problem by not sweating in such an inconvenient place, like a sensible body would. Oh, while we're at it, we can just stop with the going to pee so often, okay? I don't care if I did drink a bunch of beverages before I go to bed. I don't want those beverages to make me pee all the way until the morning time, okay? That's just how it is. Just you hold on to the beverages somewhere inside of you and wait until morning, then it's a good time to pee. Not in the middle of the night, obviously. So we're gonna need to get over that thing you got going on there. Mr. Body. Now, I will say this. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. You have seemed to get a lot better recently, last few months, I don't know how long, with the heartburn. I used to get heartburn frequently and I almost never get it now. So I'm going to give you credit where it's due, but I'm going to add the caveat that we're going to go from almost never to never. I never get heartburn. It doesn't matter what I eat, okay? Also, I know in the morning I get up, I drink coffee, smoke a bunch of cigarettes, don't eat anything. I don't want that to ever make me feel gacky. I'm sorry. No more headaches, no matter what. Okay? I've been getting those lately in the evening time. I get a headache from all this fucking shit I'm dealing with. Look, I don't care how much shit I'm dealing with. I don't want to have any physical symptoms. My body should never be making demands upon me. Okay? I make demands upon it. That's how it works. So hopefully we've got a lot of things straightened out here. Rachel, blink twice if you're in danger. See, she's in danger of being loved too much by me. Well, I'll give you guys one guess. Whose body is not listening to what who said? And the answer is me, because I'll tell you why. Because I'm hungry now. I need to eat something. It's like, hey, when I took Adderall and mushrooms together earlier, I thought we had addressed this hunger problem once and for all. You don't need to feel hungry ever again, I thought. Lo and behold, here I am hungry again. And you know what's even worse? Even if I don't feel hungry, I can tell when I'm like running on empty. I need more food in me. It's like, look, fucking body, I should get to feed you once a week. And that should last you the whole week. There's no reason for you to be like, oh, I gotta eat not even once a day, like multiple times a day. Are you fucking kidding me? I've got important things to do. I don't have time to be shoving things in my mouth all day long. Get over yourself. Be like a snake. They only eat every once in a while. Seriously, like, how does it make any sense to have an organism that has to eat multiple times a day? How are they going to have time to do anything else? What am I, a hummingbird? I don't think so. I can get by on life without needing a constant supply of nectar. Hummingbirds. What a horrible economy they've got, right? They got to do all this work getting nectar just so they stay alive. It's like, look, it's not worth the trade-off, hummingbird. You just be a regular bird and not need so much nectar. Maybe eat some bugs. They have protein in them. So I'm sorry, hummingbirds. You may feel all like, hey, look at us. We're so fast and we flap our wings so much. But you're lying to yourself. You did not get a good deal at all. you're just a wage slave now. You gotta spend all day, every day getting nectar. And it's like, you must be pretty fucking sick of nectar by now. You must be thinking to yourself, I could eat something else besides just nectar, maybe. Oh God, what's for breakfast? Nectar again? And lunch and dinner all day, every day, just nectar? Oh, why did I become a hummingbird? I I don't know, but you have to live with your choices now, hummingbird. You have to live with the horrible reality you find yourself in. Those are the choices you made. The point is, I'm not making the same mistakes, okay? I'm not gonna flap my wings a bunch of times so I have to fill up on nectar all day. I'm telling my body what's what, okay? We're not a hummingbird. We don't need to eat all day, every day. And most of all, I'm tired of your incessant demands for nectar, okay? I am not going to eat any nectar. Just get over it. Like, will my body ever shut up with its constant requests for more nectar? You know what's super cool is that there are praying mantises that that they can catch a whole hummingbird and eat it. Isn't that crazy? You wouldn't imagine a praying mantis being able to catch a whole hummingbird, but they totally can, and then they eat it. They're like, looks like food to me. I'm like, right on, praying mantis. I'm with you. Hummingbirds ain't nothing but food. They can take their nectar loving selves and go fuck themselves. Their long, pointy beak. That just looks like you're going to try to stab me in the eye. I don't trust you a little. I call them rats of the flowers. They're just flower vermin. That's all. That's why I try to keep a lot of praying mantises around to catch and dispatch with any of those horrible flower vermin. And it's just a sensible way to make sure your vision stays good too, because nothing's worse for your eyesight than getting stabbed in the eye by a hummingbird's long, pointy beak. It's like, what a cowardly way to fight, too. You get in a fight with a hummingbird, instead of fighting fair, fists to cuffs like this, it was trying to stab you in the eye. That's a coward's way to fight. Might as well just kick me in the balls. It's even worse than kicking me in the balls because it blinds me in one eye. So the moral of tonight's story is don't sleep on hummingbirds. Eric, you're onto something there. I've done extensive fasting and feel amazing after about 7 days of no food. Okay. I naturally thought when you said I was onto something there that you were going to validate my perspective on hummingbirds or flower vermin, as I like to call them. Not eating for 7 days. Look, I may tell my body how it's supposed to be, but it's not going to really be like that. And so unfortunately, the idea of not eating for 7 days is absolutely fucking crazy. I would not feel amazing after not eating for 7 days. I feel like I was on the brink of death. There's no good way to not eat food. It's just very frustrating that I have to eat it because it interferes with what I'm doing. Unless I feel like eating. If I'm not on any speed or whatever, and um, in the sadly sensory world of post Adderall bottles, then it's like, okay, now I'm ready to eat. Let's go out to eat and have a big meal and enjoy it. And now I'm ready to sleep. It's like I want my body to still have those abilities to enjoy those things. I just want it to not have. I want it to be optional, you know. I want it to be optional and on my terms, as it should be.
I give you a kiss.
Of course.
I love you so much.
If you're not afraid of a little bit of case snot.
Oh, I've heard.
Because I've got a bit of a runny nose problem tonight.
Oh, Caprio. I love you.
I love you too, darling. I'm not going to be up forever tonight. I'll be in bed before too long. Oh, look at this. Absolute fucking nightmare. This is what the horribleness of moving looks like. Oh, what a nightmare. It's like earlier Rachel tried to get up and she tripped over this horrible mess of cords here. I was like, sorry. Yes, a sane world would incorporate me having more optimal solutions to problems. Like, I need power to this thing. But unfortunately, I'm retarded. Here you go, Mr. Kitty. There's a nice full plate of food for you. I don't blame you for meowing at me because you didn't have any food left. I can get how frustrating that must be for you to have this barrier of me between you and food, and sometimes I'm not listening to you because I'm thinking you just want me to watch you eat, or really, you actually just don't have any food. How frustrating that must be for you. I'm sorry about that. Well, we do the best we can. And you know, I guess the alternative is he'd have to catch mice and eat them. And yeah, I fail sometimes as a pet owner, but overall I think I do a fine enough job. If only my nose could do as good a job as I do. Especially given that I'm tasking it with such a simple task. I'm not even asking it to do anything. I'm asking it to not do anything. But instead, it defies me again and again. Just, obviously, my nose is just not going to listen to me. No matter how right I am. So just one heaping spoon of that spoonful size is the right amount. You know, getting coffee just right is an incredibly challenging proposition. The line between too weak and too strong is razor thin. You can compensate somewhat for too strong. You can compensate very effectively for too strong if you just fill it up halfway, put some water in, get the water hot first so it doesn't make it cold, you know. And or also by adding a lot of cream to half and half. But you can't really fix too weak. So accordingly, I tend to err on the side of too strong, but ultimately I just want my coffee to be just right. I don't want to have to do anything like that, you know. There it is. Okay. Okay, now I gotta find the TV remote. It's like, oh god. Everything is impossible in this horrible nightmare of a place that I'm living in right now. Oh. It's like I can't find anything because how can you find anything in this horrible, horrible state of affairs? But you know what would make me feel a lot better and really put things in perspective is if right now I had to go blow my nose again. That would be great. That would make me feel a whole lot better. Oh, good news, everybody. I do have to blow my nose again, even though I just blew it. And despite the 4 Benadryls I took. That's great. That's wonderful. A wonderful addition to this party. I was kind of hoping runny nose would come along and make things a little bit better like it always does. It's not really a party until some snot shows up. I actually don't need to read the box, which is nice, because I remember how long this takes. It takes 7 minutes. And, of course, those incorrigible frozen dinner people try to be like, oh, take it out halfway and throw it around. Fuck you, frozen dinner people. Just fuck you with your stopping part way. I'm done with that too. I just cook it for the full 7 minutes and stir it around when it's done. Like, where do you fucking get off, you frozen dinner people? Obviously, when you're making a frozen dinner, you do not want to have any extra shit in the middle. If I wanted to cook, I'd cook, you know? Stop and take it and pull out the brownie and then just fuck you with your extra steps. Fuck you so hard. And the thing about it is like, do not get those Hungry Man dinners with a brownie in it. Because you literally, get this, with those brownie ones, you literally have to stop at midway after a certain period of time and physically remove the brownie from the thing and put it on a different plate. Like, who at the Hungry Man Dinner Corporation thought this was an acceptable idea? That's that's absolutely unacceptable behavior for a frozen dinner to be engaged in. Where does it get off trying to tell me to do this thing? It's like, be what you're supposed to be, frozen dinner. Bowl of hummingbirds for the kitty. Well, if I had a whole slew of hummingbirds here flying around the room for some reason, I would kill them all and feed them to the cats. Well, unfortunately, I don't have such a horde of hummingbirds in the house. I gotta say though, Rachel and I were having this conversation the other day. For my money, in this house, for me and my house, we follow the Lord. No, that's not what I was gonna say. For my money, mosquitoes and houseflies, right? Inside the house, you the worst thing to have is a housefly, not a mosquito. If you had 10 mosquitoes in the house and 10 houseflies, I mean, I'd prefer the mosquitoes. I'm sorry. Because houseflies, like, you cannot accomplish anything until you kill those flies. They just, they will, no matter what might be in their best interest, they will fly right in front of your face until you kill them, and you can't do anything else until you do.
I was sitting outside and a couple of mosquitoes landed on me, and it was so much easier just to whack it.
Right. Well, we also agreed that on the question of outside, the the results are flipped. That in fact, outside mosquitoes are worse than flies.
Yeah, they are though.
Yeah, but inside flies are worse than mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
That's my position on the matter, and you can call me crazy. You can say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I remember my grandmother used to have these flypaper things that hung down from like the deck outside, and the flies got stuck to it. It's like, how disgusting! Alright, just no. I do not need a sticky piece of dead fly covered thing hanging from the ceiling. It's like, who could possibly think that's a good idea? Just kill all the flies individually with the fly swatter or your torch. I sometimes kill them with my blowtorch because depending on the circumstance, it can be easier one way or the other. I'm not trying to go for like the cool way and just it, there's no perfect way to kill flies. Like fly swatters are great, but what if something's in kind of like a weird corner or something? Well, it's kind of hard to hit it with a fly swatter. So then you go with the torch. And sometimes with a torch, you're more likely to be able to get it out of the air too. You burn it with a little bit of the fire, then it falls to the ground because its wings burn off. Then you can kill it. Obviously, I try to have everything killed quickly so that it doesn't suffer, even flies. But I have to fix this thing. Ugh. I just need to get a screw and screw it on. Whatever. Oh god, there's something else I need to go to. I need to check the amount of propane we have left. It's a good looking smile you got there. Well, thanks. It's expensive. These are all my own teeth. I've done, thanks to my lifetime of great dental hygiene and smoking a bunch of meth. Turns out what they've been saying all along was just all lies. You don't need any dental hygiene or not smoking meth to have perfect teeth. Just look at me. So I'm not sure how much the smoking meth actually impacted my teeth or not. That's what they say. That smoking meth is bad for your teeth, but I have my doubts. I think my teeth had a lot of different reasons why they could complain besides just the meth smoking. Here's another one of those things where my body just needed to know its place, right? Your job is to not have problems. My job is to decide what to do. I've decided to smoke a bunch of meth. Your job is to not have any problem with that. You know, it's not like I expect a whole bunch of things from you, body. I don't expect you to learn how to fly or jump 10 feet in the air or whatever. Just stay in the background and keep your mouth shut. That's all I expect from you, body. I'm reminded of that Princess Bride quote. You haven't got anything if you haven't got your health. Well, that may be the case. But you know what? That doesn't mean I should have to do anything in particular to be healthy, right? I should be able to do whatever I fucking feel like, and my body just shut the fuck up, right? That's how things ought to be in the universe. Like, when I want my body's opinion about something, I will ask it. It's kind of like my body has forgotten what kind of thing it is. The kind of thing it is supposed to be is the kind of thing that just shuts the fuck up and does as it's told. The kind of thing that it wants to be is like, put the problems on time. Just shut the fuck up and do your job. No, I want you to get sleep and stuff. Fuck you. I'm in charge, not you. You know, it's like it's a mutiny. I got a mutiny on my hands. And mutineers get thrown overboard. Who's the captain of this ship? There's only one person who can be the captain. It's either my body or it's me. Obviously, it's me. That makes my body a sailor that needs to obey my commands. Oh. I'm all like so like trapped in here. Of course, I left the mouse and the keyboard over there. I'm so done with these little objects as well. Just look, objects, you just follow me around when I need you. You're right there. And don't require me to keep track of you. Like earlier, I went outside. I finally, after a long period of time, I was like, okay, Eric, no matter how many times you look in this cup of coffee that's empty, it will remain empty. You do not have a drink. You have not had one for a long time. So just accept that fact and get yourself a drink. So I got a drink. Got a bottle of water. Went outside. Smoked a cigarette. Drank a couple sips of water. Came back inside. So I tried to take some Benadryls, which obviously did not work. But where's my water? I just got it. Oh, I left it outside. I'm so done with keeping track of little objects like that. And with drinks getting empty. Just stay full. When it gets down to the bottom, just fill yourself back up again. I currently have an absolute embarrassment of riches when it comes to glasses. I've got 3 glasses right in front of me. That's one positive we can take away from this day for sure. Oh, guess what? I've got some wonderful news. Guess what I have to do? That's right. Blow and or wipe my nose. How wonderful. When I get up tomorrow, I'm reflecting on this mushroom trip and the day that was. I'm going to say the best part of that mushroom trip was how my nose wouldn't stop running. Boy, I wish I could relive that every day, all day long. Well, I had to get up to get the mouse and keyboard, obviously. But now that I have them, at long, long last, will I put the stream up on the TV so that I can actually see what people are saying without putting on my stupid fucking glasses. Oh, God. Just seriously, how much can one man's nose run? It's completely insane. It makes absolutely no sense. My nose should run this much. I know that it does not run this much normally. You might think, well, okay, Eric, you're on mushrooms, so it's extra annoying to you, so you notice it more. That's a fair point to make, conceivably, right? But I assure you, that's not what's going on here. My nose is definitely running more than it ever does normally. As a Christian, you know who the captain is? Okay, well, that's fine. God can be the captain, and Jesus can be the captain, and all that stuff. But the point is, regardless, it's not my body that's the captain, and it needs to obey. Since God and Jesus give it vague instructions, I will take on the role of giving it instructions. This food helps a lot. Like, I get the periodically I'm gonna have to eat food for my body, but it shouldn't have any impact on my mood or anything. So, so I should not have this whole like, oh, this really helps not just my hunger but also my mood or something. My mood should have absolutely nothing to do with my body. I don't care if you're starving and thirsty or whatever. I'll deal with those things when I get around to it. And you'll just take it as that. And that's all you should do. No more like making me in a hangry or bad mood or something. Food is purely caloric intake and should be interpreted as nothing else by you. There's no reason ever to involve my FI subjectivities. Maybe I should backtrack a bit. Foremost, body, I need to establish an interface whereby what I say to you is rendered into whatever kind of machine language you use. And I want your voice to text capacity to be a lot better than Claude's. Voice to text and I are natural enemies because it's trying to guess what you're saying based on what's commonly said. And putting what you say accordingly. But I don't want it to do that at all because what I'm saying specifically is not going to be something that other people are talking about. I'm not using words in the same way that other people do necessarily. And when I say something specific, that's what I'm saying for my own reasons. You need to stop trying to correct it. Just put what I say. So it can be really frustrating because it's like if I knew in advance how much voice attack would cause me vexation, I would have made sure to name everything names that voice to text never has any problem with. Certain things, voice to text is really gonna have a struggle with it.
You got the sweats now?
Yeah, I do have a bit of the sweats. That's fine. I don't mind these sweats. That's not nearly that. I wiping a little sweat out myself. That doesn't bother me. Blowing my nose does. Yeah. But yeah, I am a little sweaty. I'm not sure what caused me to get a little sweaty.
Oh, you want me to turn on air?
Oh, it's probably not a bad idea. Food is a drug. It has all kinds of impacts. I mean, food is absolutely not a drug. It has a variety of impacts, maybe, but the whole thing about food is it doesn't matter what you eat as long as you get enough calories and protein or whatever, you know? So, like, there's two states of being with food, with your body. Either you're desiring something, like, I need more. Sometimes you might feel like, oh, I need more vegetables, or I could go for a salad or something. Anyway, the thing is, your body's either telling you, eat more, or it's not. And those are the only two relationships with food that you actually have. Like, so people like to think that, oh, when I switched eating from this diet to this diet, I felt so much different. That's just placebo nonsense. People don't actually feel different from eating different foods. You're either hungry or you're not, you know. It may be the case that in your body there are certain things that are you're better served to eat this kind of thing versus that kind of thing. But in terms of your experience, there's no difference. So it's like, I stopped eating sugar and felt exactly the same, except I kind of felt like I wish I could have some dessert. People will tell you, oh, ever since I quit eating sugar, I feel amazing. They're just fucking full of shit. It doesn't, obviously, your experience of wellness or not is is just that. It's just binary, right? Like you're hungry or you're not. And it's not the case that stopping eating sugar is going to make you feel any different than when you did eat sugar. Potentially, it'll make you feel different if you are genuinely diabetic, which I thought I was, but I'm not. But one of the differences since I stopped eating sugar is that, like the other day, I got a Pepsi at the drive-through. I just found it too sweet, cloying, and I just barely had any of it. So I've kind of lost a bit of my sweet tooth, but that's only sometimes the case. Like I love these Vienna finger cookies that are very sugary, and they go great with coffee. So it's like that Pepsi. It was just too sweet for me, but too sweet's not necessarily a problem depending on what I'm eating. And it's like that's one of those kind of significant, important messages that doesn't matter how much anybody tries to get this message out, people are gonna have their relationships with both food and what they think is happening regardless. So, and in a purely rational world, you tell everybody, look, yes, eating different may be worth something for a variety of reasons, but having a different experience in your day-to-day life is not one of the things you should expect to happen. But, you know, people who don't have front stack SI, especially, they have all kinds of weird imaginary relationships with SI stuff. And I guess that's the only way they can understand their SI since it's unconscious. So even though it's bullshit, maybe that's just their way of dealing with shit. Yeah, there's a lot of people, a lot of things people are wrong about regarding food. Like people tend to think fast food is unhealthy. Well, there's nothing inherently unhealthy at all about fast food, to the extent that, say, fast food diet correlates with high cholesterol or something. Well, that's not specific to fast food. That's specific to hamburgers, for example, maybe. People think McDonald's is unhealthy or something. It's just like McDonald's is absolutely not any more unhealthy than if you were to make a hamburger and fries at home. It's exactly the same amount of healthiness. And in general, it's wrong to call certain kinds of food unhealthy because it's entirely dependent on the individual, their metabolism, and their specific biological, architecture. So it's absolutely not the case that eating McDonald's every day is more unhealthy than having a bunch of salads and vegetables every day. It's absolutely not the case. But people are insistent that it is anyway. Because they don't understand. It is the case that I have very high cholesterol, possibly because of my lifetime's worth of diet, and that possibly puts me at risk for heart attack. But you'll note that that's not because I ate unhealthy food. Because the healthy food that I ate had a has a cholesterol consequence if, especially if like you eat to the exclusion of other things, right? But of course, it wouldn't make any difference at all if I were not already predisposed to cholesterol issues, I guess. I'm not sure about that last one. But the point is, if I had eaten a bunch of vegetables and not fast food my entire life, I would have been dramatically less healthy in more significant ways. Because I have a super high metabolism, I need to eat a shit ton of meat, protein, a bunch of like fast food satisfying kind of stuff. That's what I actually physically need to thrive. So it might be the case that if I had eaten a bunch of vegetables and shit when I was younger, that I would not have this cholesterol problem. But it's also the case that I would have a much more significant problem and would have had it the whole time. So, and that's how it always is with diet, right? So, like, what's what's healthy food for me is a complicated question because if you're just focusing on the measurable harms of a given diet, then you're not paying any attention to the harms of the alternative. And you're not treating what is correctly treated as a competing interests question. You're trying to treat it as a as a legitimacy question, which is incorrect in this case. Normally, I'm all in favor of binary adjudications of things because they're cleaner and they're more correct. But with your body, unfortunately, like all shitty things in the world, it does not adjudicate cleanly. Instead, you have to point out the fact that in order to correctly articulate what's healthy for a given person, you have to evaluate a bunch of competing alternatives and do some kind of impact analysis that's very complicated, which is why it's always ill advised to make statements about this food or that diet or whatever being more or less healthy. Because such questions are necessarily grounded and rooted in the subjectivities of the individual, so much so that you can't make statements outside of that kind of particularist frame that are correct. The only kind of statements you can make outside of that particular frame that are correct are you should not make any such statements, which is what I'm saying. And if people understood this, it would save a lot of heartache, right? Because if people understood that, okay, I really can't talk about diet at all because it's so grounded in the particularist, then we wouldn't have a bunch of miscommunicative mishaps where somebody reads something, believes it, probably because they're backslot SI as well, and tries to apply it to themselves, even though it has absolutely no chance of being effective for them because, in fact, you cannot make determinations about these things without calculating too much of the subjective stuff. Whatever statements you're going to make, prescriptive wise, are too much contingent on particular subjectivities for any general statement to actually be applicable. So when you make such general statements, and then somebody does try to apply it, it's as likely to be incorrect for them as it is to be correct. And that's why everybody should listen to me when it comes to diet and not anybody else, as is the case with many other subjects as well. If there's one category error that I'm constantly running into in the world, it's very frustrating to me, obviously. There are natural and optimal ways of dealing with things and ways that make absolutely no sense, right? So it doesn't make any sense for me to use TI to explain to somebody why they shouldn't be sad, right? That's the wrong frame of reference. It's the wrong, whatever you want to call it. I don't like my use of that term so much, frame of reference. I'm not even sure exactly what I'm trying to say other than, you know, set of set of top level stuff that's determining the other stuff, right? Anyway, um, so I run into these kind of category errors all the time. People having a big problem because they can't understand why their wife won't take their constructive criticism about her feelings into account. This is just a hypothetical example, but I run into these kind of problems all the time, right? So the healthy diet thing is fundamentally a subjective problem, right? And so accordingly, it is a category error to have some kind of general universal statements about it, except for the obvious things like don't eat spoiled food. But people persist in treating it as though it's the other kind of thing and making statements about it. And they will get upset if I correct them about it because to them, their relationship with diet is precious and their perspectives about it are are critical infrastructure, right? Like, um, I've got this whole narrative built around why I do meow, and you might be saying to me, it's fine for me to do meow, but not for the reasons I have. But of course, that's ignoring the actual criticality of it subjectively to me, right? I'm constructing an ontology across time, understanding myself as a person who meows and has these narratives going on. And you're saying that this intimate and important relationship I have with food and homeostasis and other kind of holistic concepts or whatever, that's fundamentally wrong. And yet it's like, you don't understand, Eric. I'm not just doing the behavior here. I'm doing it as part of this rich package of meowings that I got going on. So it's understandable why people don't want to be corrected about this. But it's also important that they be corrected about it because, like I said, the only outcome of it ultimately is horrible communicative mishaps. Is you're somebody else who's also backslot SI reads what you say, tries to apply it to themselves, and it's a catastrophically bad idea. So I don't know what else to say. As usual, I am correct. And as usual, nobody wants that. And as usual, I understand why nobody wants that. And as usual, I'm left at this place of, well, I don't know what to do. Correctness is what I have to offer, you know. I get why nobody wants it. That's the curse of being correct, I guess. So weird. So weird reality I live in. Strange. Not very believable. Something I muse about a lot. Like, there are these things I can say that are true about the world, about me, about what I'm saying, or whatever. Right? That are definitely true. And I say this reluctantly after plenty of time spent negating such notions. But the things that I can say that are true, they do not seem to be believable things. A lot of times. In a lot of different ways. Sometimes just timing narratives of things. It just seems all too convenient, too serendipitous, or what have you. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, the simple pat answer as well is consistent with simulation. And I gotta say, I saw somebody say the other day, kind of a critique of any simulation talk being fundamentally unfalsifiable, blah, 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 blah. I just don't think that's a very good critique of the question of whether or not we're in a simulation, which I think is an absolutely legitimate question. And I think we can, it's not the kind of thing we could falsify. Um, Implicit to what's being proposed is unfalsifiable, right? It's not the case that we couldn't, uh, that we can't line up things that are consistent with the idea versus inconsistent with the idea, right? So you might, for example, say the sheer scope of the whole thing. Uh, if you were to actually try to simulate, let's imagine that every single person is simulated. There's no bodies anywhere, okay? That everybody's consciousness experience, whatever, is simulated. And that you're not the only person being fully simulated, everybody is. Well, that defies processing power understandings. Like, it's to actually simulate all the rich fabric of every person in reality. Well, that fundamentally runs afoul of basic, like, science things that we understand. For example, it wouldn't be reasonable of us to imagine um, that like maybe it's a simulation, but instead of using the ways we understand, they use nitrogen and moonbeams. Well, at that point, you're no longer engaging the idea in a productive or interesting way at all, right? Because we have to evaluate the question given something, right? Like so, all right, we simulation in part because we have successfully simulated lots of different things. We have The Sims, which is expressly simulating people going about their business. It's natural for us to think, well, what if we're a simulation, right? So the thing is, to engage in that question productively, then, we're going to have to limit our understanding of things to extrapolations of how we simulate things, because after all, that's what gave birth to the question in the first place, right? But beyond that, it's always going to be the case that we're unable to think of things we're unable to think of. And accordingly, that should never have any bearing on the conversation of the things that we are able to think of. And it's another thing to say also that it's implicit to this kind of question because of its unfalsifiable nature, but nevertheless not untestable nature, right? And the reason we can do tests is because we allow ourselves at the outset the frame of reference that says we're going to understand simulation through certain certain existing understandings of what a simulation is and can potentially be. So then we can check to see if there are elements of the thing of reality in the status quo that are inconsistent with. Oh my God, this is so. This is fucking my life in a nutshell. I'm trying to say something. I'm trying to get something accomplished here, and instead I'm having to pay attention to some little smiddling thing. So this is not a little smiddling thing at all. The fact that I appear to be out of cigarettes. I went to the car to get another pack of cigarettes. Instead of even looking for a pack of cigarettes, I just got some trash that was in the car and threw it away. That's not why I went to the car, obviously. Why would I go to the car right now just to get some trash and throw it away? That makes no sense of a thing to do. Anyway, I was in the middle of explaining what a productive conversation of simulation looks like, and that it's possible to have that productive conversation, even though it's true that it's not exactly falsifiable, right? Well, it's not falsifiable, and that's implicit to the frame of the idea. Do I really not have any more cigarettes? Oh my god. That's a catastrophe. So, whoever said that thing I was watching the other day about, or I saw the other day about how simulation theory is dumb, it doesn't amount to anything because it's not falsifiable. It's like, no, bro. No. That's not how shit works in the world. There's a difference between, like, yeah, you can say, oh, well, God, is not falsifiable. Fine enough answer in that occasion. But, but with a case of something like this, it's absolutely testable. It's just testable within a certain framework where you say, well, obviously, to meaningfully have a conversation about this, we have to assume certain things. And I saw that and it made me mad. Because it is the case that certain kinds of things are ridiculous, pointless endeavors intellectually. But this is not one of them. And it's like, let me look at the chat. It's like, how dare you dispatch an idea worth discussing with something that's appropriately used to dispatch things that aren't worth discussing? Like, okay, obviously, the tools of the intellect should not be placed in the hands of idiots. I guess I went inside for glasses. I'm not really sure. I could read it just fine through the window. I don't know what I went inside the house for. I'm not sure. Like, I'm assuming glasses because it's easier to see this way than it is through the window. Let's see what's been going on in the chat. My lack of paying attention to the chat has started to get a little bit more consistent with my tripping, I think. Although I'm not really tripping that much anymore. You're my Vienna fingers too, Rachel. Hello, liminal spaces on Earth. Hey, y'all. Your lungs and throat have not been great lately, huh? Yeah. Do I have kids? Yeah, I have one kid. She's an adult now, though. Now, I mean, Elon Musk did not think intelligently about the question either. Because this whole, like, well, is it possible to simulate something complicated and convincingly? Yes. Is it likely that we're the base reality? No. That's just horrible reasoning, obviously. Um, it just kind of glosses over the conceivability of simulating such a thing or how we would adjudicate that question, right? Just glosses right over it onto yes, it's possible, and we don't need to address any of the actual specifics of whether it's like you're talking about simulation to a brain with your body someplace else, or you're talking about completely simulating everything, including everybody's consciousness. Till he just glosses over all these shit that matters, right? So there's not any doubt that we can simulate realities, and we understand how we simulate those realities. So does it make sense to extrapolate from the current understanding of how things are simulated to extrapolate that this reality can be a simulation? And if so, what actual configuration of simulation are we talking about? Because it's much more conceivable to have a simulation where it's only fully simulating you and everything else is just, you know, uh, non-player characters. That's a feasible, conceivable simulation that could be made, right? Whereas if you're talking about simulating without any bodies any place, just the entirety of all the world with all of the people having fully realized selves and consciousness and etc., well then at that point, a simulation is indistinguishable from reality itself. It's in fact not simulated in any meaningful sense because simulation is well, if you're talking about a model or a simulated model of something, right? It's demonstrating certain aspects of the thing, but not by necessarily using the same rules. So if you think about a model of the solar system and the planets going around in sync with each other at the right speed, so like this one goes around this much, this one only goes around a little bit, right? Well, that simulation of the planets is demonstrating to us the relationship between the respective orbit speeds and such, right? But it's not using any of the same mechanisms whatsoever. So in outer space, maybe those planets go around to use gravity or whatever. In our model, it's not using any of those qualities. It's just using a mechanical thing that makes it go at a certain, this one. Like for every one of these, only zero point 0.4 of these. Like that kind of thing. So the point about a simulation then is you can't really uh, meaningfully address the question at all except by first establishing the possible configurations of it, right? Like just like the model of the solar system shows us how a simulation differs from reality. So too, if we have the entire world simulated in full, then it is exactly the same as reality. It's not a simulation at all, right? Because if you think about The Sims, for example, the simulated people in The Sims, they go about doing their things, right? But what do they not? What's not the case is that they're doing those things for actual reasons that people would have, right? Or that their life is fully simulated as they're doing those things, so that they are linking every one of those things to their own life story and physical experiences, etc. All of those actual things that drive people, those are all simulated in the game because instead of having actual people with actual hunger, they have computer code that tells them to behave accordingly, right? So that's a simulation of reality. It's important to remember when we're talking about a simulation then that it must differ from reality in some fashion to qualify as such. Oh my god. I still don't have any cigarettes, of course. Okay. This is a fucking. This is a nightmare that I was not anticipating. The fitting occasion for this day. Is it over yet? It appears to still be 11:30. So, fitting. Absolutely fitting for this day of infamy. I literally think I'm going to have to go out tonight and get more cigarettes. Because the alternative is like end the stream and go to bed. Well, I'm going to have to end the stream to go get more cigarettes anyway, but I, oh, I could try to scrounge up butts, but I just recently did that, so I smoked all the good butts already. I guess I got enough butts I could probably make it through the rest of the evening. How frustrating. You know, I'm in the middle of explaining something about simulation theory, and I reach to go have a cigarette as one naturally would, only to discover again the horror. I don't have any cigarettes. Oh, brother. Look what a fine mess you've gotten yourself into, Eric. You could have just bought more packs of cigarettes when you went to the store. You know, I have this. This is one of the things I should update to the status quo a bit. I have this standing approach to not buy too many packs of cigarettes at once because I've noted that if I don't have cigarettes when I run out and have to wait till the next day or whatever, that regardless, I just smoke less. So, figure, why needlessly smoke more and spend more money on it? That's the, I figured out the trap. The trap of the carton is it's not that much cheaper at all. It's basically the same price. And in the end, you smoke more because there's not any gaps between I don't have any cigarettes, right? And that's fine. That's a fine approach to life if you're in a state of equilibrium, right? Like before this moving process, that was a great rule of thumb for me to have. But now that we're in a state of state change, it makes absolutely no sense for me to run out of cigarettes needlessly when I'm in the middle of doing so many things, you know? Oh, all my Discord servers I frequent are slow right now. What are our options for what, Rachel? No, I don't have any grandkids yet. MM, if you're still here, I'm sorry I didn't answer your question. I'm not sure if or when we're going to get any grandkids. I'm not super, like, oh, hurry up and make a grandkid. I'm not really like that. I, I think we all got enough on our plate without another person involved. Oh, I mean, to like to get cigarettes. Well, there's only two options. One is to tough it out and scrounge butts, which is what I think I'm settled on. And the other option is I'd have to drive to, what day is it? It's Friday. I might have to drive to Oakhurst I might be able to. I wouldn't get there in time. It'd be after midnight. I'm not sure what the store hours for Yosemite liquors are. this is this is one of the things I'm gonna be so happy to move about. Like, oh god, I ran out of cigarettes. Best case scenario, 40-minute round trip. That's if it's daytime and boot jack's open. If it's after boot jack's hours, then there's a slim window, which maybe Yosemite Liquors is still open, but that closes fast. After that, you're talking about an hour and a half round trip just to get cigarettes. And I absolutely hate driving around here. I hate it so much. It's like when I first got here, I was like, oh, thank God, no traffic, no people in front of me, behind me, which is great. It's still, that's wonderful. But the problem is, at the end of the day, the windy roads make me feel car safe if I drive at night. And they're real, they really extract a heavy toll from my SI stuff. Is I'm just not equipped to have that much moving around and stuff, and paying that much attention when I'm driving. It's like you can never really autopilot when you're driving around here. Because it's all windy roads, and plenty of them have a cliff on one side with no guardrail. There's a lot of roads like that around here. So you have to be continually paying active SE attention the whole time you're driving. There's a lot of management of uphill, downhill stuff, which is less consciously I'm less aware of that as being part of the overall drag on my SI, but I suspect that has a lot to do with it too. Like having to constantly check your downhill speed and then having to ask more of the car every time you're going uphill. For somebody who enjoys driving, this place is heaven. You got like the kind of roads that they show in car commercials, and if you have your Porsche and you like going like this, um, it's heaven. But because it literally is very, very little traffic, almost nobody on the roads most of the time, and they're like, once you get away from the highway, it's like there's not going to be cops out here or anything, so you could go fast if you wanted to. But the thing is, I just don't like that kind of thing. I don't like any kind of fun that requires me to get jostled. I'm just not into that sensory shit. It takes a lot out of me. So like, I might be like, hey, I'm in a great mood, I'm raring to go. Let's go do this thing. By the time we get there, it's like, oh god, that was a slog. So I'm looking forward to being done with that. I'd much rather sit in traffic on a flat, straight road. Like, I'm sure I'll feel differently when I'm actually sitting in traffic. But the point is, what I will absolutely just be so thankful for is being back in my normal place in life, which is in a city near stuff. So I can go to 7-Eleven whenever. It doesn't take me a fucking hour and a half trip to get cigarettes on roads that make me car sick. Hi there, DDX. We all, as a household, pick the same starting word as some sort of ritual. Well, good for you. The family that picks words together stays together. That's what they say. Why? The tiredness is starting to really hit me here. I just kind of abruptly realized how tired I felt. It's one of those weird things that seems like it should be other than it is. Like, it seems like if you're going to be tired, you should gradually get tired and then little bit by little bit. Then when you get to the time I'm at now where all of a sudden I feel sleepy, that, well, it would have been the next step in a graduated progression of sleepiness. But instead, it's not like that. It's like you're doing just fine, everything's great, and then all of a sudden you're sleepy. Why is it like that? Aging also apparently counterintuitive in that same regard. Apparently, you don't just get, every day you're one day older, like in terms of your biological age or whatever. I guess there are certain uh, like marking points where you'll be basically biologically the same age for a long stretch of time. Then all of a sudden you get a lot older quickly, and then you'll stay that same for a long time, which is not how it seems like it should be at all, right? Seems totally wrong. Like, why should it be like that? Why wouldn't it just be get one day older every day? Doesn't make any sense at all. But apparently that's how it is. And like, anything like that doesn't make any sense. If I'm sleepy and I have to put off going to sleep for an hour because I'm working on something, at the end of that hour, I should be more sleepy, not no longer sleepy. Okay? It like for some reason my body, and I think everybody's body, wants to buy their very sensible approach towards sleep. Like, get sleepy when it's about bedtime. Don't get sleepy other times. And when you do get sleepy, I have to put you off for a little bit. Like, okay, I'll fine. You're sleepy. I'll go to sleep in a second. Let me just finish what I'm doing. Then you should not, when you're done finishing what you're doing, you should not no longer be sleepy. Okay? You can still be sleepy, maybe more sleepy, and then go to sleep. That's how it ought to be. It makes most sense that way. But that's not how it is. Because sleep is like poop. If you don't poop when you can, you know how it'll go back up inside you? Well, sleep's the same way, but it doesn't make any sense for sleep to be like that. At all. See what I'm saying? We'll be 4 minutes from a 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven, is all I can say about that, Rachel. Oh, thank heaven. I should just throw this empty pack away because it's just going to taunt me with its emptiness. All right, let's do a little bit of a butt search. I know which ones I'm going for. I'm hoping to save the ones I'm going for a little bit by seeing an alternative part way over there to them. Don't have a lot of good choices here. I have these two butts here, which are the ones I was going over to. And look how small they are. Oh, they're small. Well, that's fine. You know, if I do a little bit more scrounging around, I bet I could find some more butts. The worst thing is I always kick myself. Like, Eric, why do you step on butts on the ground? Because later on, you're going to have no cigarettes and you're going to go, oh, but this one stepped on. Which happens all the time. And I never learned to not step on them. I guess they're kind of too much in the way not to step on. I just have to sweep them into a little pile off to the side. Oh well. Well, we're going to go ahead and smoke this. This, I would say, this is the better of the two. I'll save the better of the two. So I think this is the better of the two, so I'm going to smoke this one. All right, let's smoke this one, and then we'll go on a little bit of a hunt and see if we can locate some better butts than this. Before we eventually resign ourselves to the final frontier, this guy right here. That's our last ditch option. Okay, if we can't find any other butts between this and that. I remember those story days of yore, like yesterday, where I just stub out a full cigarette when I was partway done, then just toss it on the ground all blithely. Not a care in the world then. But now look at me. Now look what I've been reduced to. Oh, those carefree days of yore. Let's see. I guess I don't need to find one right this second. It's just, you know, when you're out of cigarettes, all of a sudden you want to smoke more. Because you're out of cigarettes, I think. It's yet another curse of reality that's opposite to what it should be. Oh, that door is locked. I've had a few of these things lately. Oh no, that's a live snake. Oh, that's different. That's different. Okay, well that's cool. I found a few like dead like worm snake things around lately. Not sure where they came from. But this guy is not dead. He's also not very fast. Seems to be having a lot of trouble making his way. I assumed it was dead when I touched it, when I pushed it a little bit to see if it was gonna move. But it's not dead. But the thing is, I can't really see what it looks like because it's dark, but I can't turn on the lights because this door is locked. Well, that's fine. I can turn them on, and then I could just move that box. It'd probably still be there. We could look at it and see what kind of snake it is. It's a very small snake, whatever kind of snake it is. It's not a rattlesnake, though. I would, even this low light, I'd be able to tell if it was a rattlesnake. I know what those look like, even the babies. And we have had some baby rattlesnakes around here that I had to put in a bucket and carry down the hill and let them go down there. Because obviously, we don't want any rattlesnakes like hanging out by the house, doing whatever they're doing around here. But those babies, I don't even know what they eat because they couldn't possibly eat a whole mouse, it doesn't seem like. Right. We're back to the same problem we were just bemoaning prior to the distraction of that little snake. Well, I guess I could look in the garage. Although I know what's horrible here is I like just did this whole smoking butt thing like a couple of days ago, and I smoked all of the butts. So I don't think I'm gonna find anything in here. I wonder if possibly I have another pack of cigarettes somewhere. That'd be. Maybe it's shampoo. That washes right out. Seems very unlikely that I have another pack of cigarettes just conveniently tucked away someplace. Oh god, there's just like not any butts in here at all. I smoked them all. Oh, that's the wrong light switch. Oh, this light switch. Oh, you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? Look at this one. It's so good, but I stepped on it. Oh. This one actually kind of held its tobacco in pretty well, though. I could still smoke this one. Usually, if you step on it, then basically all the tobacco falls out of it. I see another good butt right here, though. Actually, wow, look at this. Look at this treasure trove of finds. Wow. I'm living like the Queen of Sheba tonight. It's so weird. Like, the tax lady, she's like sending me pictures of, try to find the 2021 tax form. I was like, okay, probably in this file cabinet or something like that. Well, it turns out, like, yeah, I didn't even start to look. I just, sitting on top of this box here was a folder. I picked it up and was like, oh, 2019 tax returns. It seems like awfully convenient. You know, I came in here to dig through there or here and figure out where I might find these tax forms. And somehow in my dislodging of shit or whatever, I just put it right there. That's weird. It's like I walked in, it was like literally the first thing I picked up. I was like, oh, tax returns right here. My parents' 2019 tax returns, inexplicably sitting on top of a box in the middle of the garage. First thing I pick up. Who knows why that happened that way? I will miss this wonderful garage. This is an absolutely spectacular garage. Like you could not conceive of a garage that's better than this garage. It's full 2-car garage, right? Look at all of this storage it has. One, two cabinets right there, right? Then a shelf on top, right? Then a workbench in the middle. Then more cabinets underneath. Then two more big cabinets there. Two more big cabinets there. Two more here. Two more in the middle. And then you've got this long workbench with two things down there. And the shelves go across. And they thoughtfully didn't put doors on this one so you could have one without doors on it. Plus the top shelf there, right? And what more could you conceivably ask for from a garage than this garage has? It's a wonderful garage. This place is absolutely perfect for sensors. I did love having this great garage, but almost all of what I did in this garage was like hang out in here and smoke cigarettes and I don't know, like fiddle with the things or whatever. I didn't do any like woodworking or any garage stuff in here. Most of the time the little car was parked in here anyway. So we no longer have that little car. We sold it. And frankly, I'm absolutely shocked at how much of a good deal we got. Like in the sense that what I mean by that is how much of the amount of what we paid for we got back. You know, we paid 17 for it, we got 13.5 back 3 years later. That's pretty fucking crazy. But what's even more crazy is what is up with all these fucking flies? Look at this shit. It's it's like a horror movie. You see all the flies on there or not? There are dozens and dozens and dozens of flies in here. They're just all over the fucking place. Where do they all come from? It's night, for God's sake. Don't flies sleep at night? Obviously, these flies don't. Wow, that's a lot of flies. We had a similar plague of flies inside the house the other day. I killed literally dozens of flies. I don't know where the fuck they all came from. Who knows? Wait a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, there should be a trash can in here because I gotta keep it inside because the bears knock it over and take the trash bag. Like I forgot the other day. And once again, what do I have to do? The next morning, you gotta go all down the hill and pick up all this gross kitchen trash. That's horrible. You know, one thing I found that's pretty cool. I used it actually because I needed to mark on this transparent storage container thing. I found this box of, I can't even read what the label says. Let's see what this is. So, set of buffing wheel compounds. Oh, is that what these are? I thought they were like, like chalk or something. I mean, they're different colors. So I thought, like, oh, okay, well, it's like some kind of art supply. But they're not art supply at all. There's some kind of buffing compound. Of course, I when I the world that I look at without looking at it with my glasses, sometimes I get big surprises when I look at it with my glasses. So you can see here, I wrote on this and on that one with this thing here. So that's what I thought it was. I thought it was some kind of art supply. Well, I was wrong. It's not an art supply at all. When you look at things with your glasses on, you learn things. I can still use it as an art supply, though, even if it's not supposed to be one. Yeah, ew on the flies is right. It's like, get the fuck out of here. What are you flies doing? I mean, look at this. Just look at this. Can you see this fucking horror movie of flies up here? What in the world is going on? Like, you know, like, oh, Eric, do you have any dead bodies in the garage? No. Yes, there's a cat box. And yeah, it's kind of gross, but notably, none of the flies are anywhere near it. One of the gross, unpleasant jobs that I just have to do periodically. I don't do it nearly as often as I should, but those 40 or 50 flies up there, they could not care any less about the cat box. I mean, did you see that horror show up there? Like, what in the world is going on? Where, how did, why are there so many flies? I will leave the garage soon because of them. It really makes me want to get like a fly swatter and just start killing the fuck out of them. Because I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of killing things, but flies are a definite exception. I find it very satisfying to kill these fucking awful little creatures. Okay, well, what I'm going to go ahead and do, smoke this butt here. I will take this other butt with me and put it over there. And then I will close this door. I'm going to leave the light on in here. And I'm going to consider the question of whether or not to come back in here and kill flies. Or postpone that question for a minute. But I do want to make clear that we should all agree that God wants me to kill those flies. I've never seen such a thing. Like, oh God. It's like something out of the Bible. Not that I've read it really, but from what I've heard, I've read little bits here and there. Enough to render a very informed verdict on the matter. Simply put, the good book is a lie. It is not a good book. I would go so far as to say it's a terrible book. Maybe one of the worst books ever written. I think that's fair. It's not even written by one guy, it's just an assemblage of whatever. I guess some of the problems you might say you should expect because of what it is and what its approach to making a book, but I would counter that by saying you don't excuse bad bookmaking approach because it's their bad bookmaking approach. There's no way that you can claim, oh, it's a feature, not a bug. No, it's just a bad, poorly put together bug across the board. There's a bad job of everything it might aspire to be doing a good job of. For example, if it wants to be a religious book, well, it needs to cut out all of the stuff that has nothing to do with faith or religion. Which is like 95% of the book. If you're trying to be an entertaining book, you failed utterly. You need to cut out all the boring parts. If you're trying to explain things, obviously you failed utterly. You're just telling apocryphal nonsense. So I don't know whoever is responsible for this book, but we should all agree it's an incredibly shitty book. What about the good ship Lollipop? Is that a good ship? Well, yeah, that's a good ship, but it's not a good book. Neither the Bible nor the good ship Lollipop are good books. What is a good book? Well, I really enjoyed The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. That was a good book. What are some other things that are not good books? Shakespeare plays. Why are we making kids read those? They're not good books. Some of them might have some redeeming qualities to them, but overall, let's render an honest verdict. Not good books. Sorry. You want to be a good book, Shakespeare? How about instead of 3 acts, 1 act? And then how about get rid of that 1 act and just go away completely? How about that? Yeah, I just fixed Shakespeare for you, everybody. I fixed Shakespeare for you and for the world. Other things that are not good books. The Last of the Mohicans. Oh my God, what a terrible book. I don't know if anybody's ever read it, but it's unspeakably fucking terrible. I had to read it for class in college. Terrible, terrible book. I remember when I read that book, I was like, how could such an awful book conceivably be assigned to be read by anybody? This book is terrible. And it's like, is that a good ship? Oh yeah, lollipops are always good ships. But never good books. Sometimes good candy. Okay. What was I saying about bad books? Right. Other terrible books. So I want to stress that I had to read Moby Dick in college too. Also, not a good book. But compared to fucking Last of the Mohicans, oh, it was a masterpiece. Because Last of the Mohicans, James Fenimore Cooper, oh my god, what a terrible, terrible writer. He's like the olden day L. Ron Hubbard. I don't know if you've ever read one of L. Ron Hubbard's science fiction books. Well, I tried to start reading one of them called Battlefield Earth. And I got a little way through. I was like, oh my god, how is this anything so terrible as this? I did not understand. There's other things like that too. There's this series of books by Richard Riordan, I think his name is. It's about like Greek Greek deities and such. Well, the thing is, I like the kids were all into it when I was teaching middle school, and so I wanted to check it out, see if it was good. Because obviously, like Harry Potter is fantastic. I read all those books and loved every minute of it. Well, this Richard Riordan crap is so unspeakably bad. Like, how does this person or James Fenimore Cooper ever become a writer at all? Their writing is unspeakably terrible. And you can compare, like, how did that become popular, that Richard Riordan thing? Compare and contrast against Harry Potter. It's like Harry Potter is a genuine masterpiece of someone's vision, right? And rendered beautifully, loving detail all the way through and paced spectacularly well. And everything you could say you want books to be, it is that. Richard Riordan's books are, they just are complete fucking garbage. There's none of those things that Harry Potter has, even though it's directed to the same audience, right? How did that become popular? It was very popular at the time. I don't know if it still is, but it makes no sense to me. I do not get it. Like, what was that college professor thinking assigning Last of the Mohicans, assigning anything by James Fenimore Cooper? What was he possibly thinking? I think in that same class, though, I read Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. So I know what that fucking professor was thinking. He was thinking, I'm a dumbass. I'm gonna have the students read all this terrible fucking shit. Leaves of Grass. Oh my God, Walt Whitman, get the fuck out. Just, you just need to shut the fuck up and quit with your self indulgent blatherings. I'm not having one syllable of it. That's it, Walt Whitman. No. It's a hard no. It's a hard pass. And absolutely not should it ever be taught in school to anybody. Unless you're trying to demonstrate, like, here's what not to do in poetry. I mean, obviously, the world is full of terrible poetry. So, you know, you could replace Walt Whitman with any random poetry, and it'll be just as bad. But, but the thing is to remember is that there actually is good poetry in the world. And so it's never a good idea to assign bad poetry to students in a class. Of course, if you have such terrible taste in everything that you assign James Fenimore Cooper, then all bets are off. You might as well just assign Mein Kampf. Actually, I've heard that it's a wonderful read. It's gripping in its pacing and character development. Really, Mein Kampf? Oh yeah. I think you're really underestimating it. It's true that I never have read Mein Kampf, but it just doesn't seem like it would be very interesting to me. Like, I was born a poor German child, and I guess you can already figure out who's to blame for everything that went wrong to me. Hmm? I think we know who it is. It's the Hoodin. Yeah, I don't know. It never seemed very interesting, so I never had any interest in reading that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a gripping page turner that nobody. That's why it was such a big seller in Germany. Oh my god, I cannot put this down. It is so gripping. Mein Kampf, I mean, let's just be real here. Everybody's comp. That's how resonant and universal this is. Some people have their critiques, but it was actually the Goldsteins who recommended it to me. And boy, they were right on the money. This thing just, wow. So, yeah. James Fenimore Cooper, Mein Kampf, either one assigned as a book for me to read in college. It would have been. I think maybe Mein Kampf is shorter, so maybe I'd give it the go ahead on that ground. Well, Eric, speaking of ground, this here ground be some slim pickings for cigarette butts. Oh right, you went around back. The reason you went back there is to look for cigarette butts. As usual, I go someplace, I'm talking, when I get there, I do something irrelevant to what I'm planning to do and come back and I realize, oh right, I went over there for a reason. You're really booking, little beetle. Making good time for such a little beetle. Oh, I spoke too soon. You're, what's it doing? It started like walking sideways for a while. I think maybe it got a little spiderweb on it or something. Like, where is it even going? Does it even know where it's going? Does it have a plan here? Are we going not see today? I'm not sure what that means, but yes. Even though I don't know what you mean, I have an answer to your question. Like, look at this little guy. Does he even have a plan? Oh, I see. He's looking for cigarette butts too. Well, I feel you, brother. I feel you. Like one of his legs seems kind of messed up some of the time, but then other times it doesn't seem messed up. But my question, I'm going to go ahead and restate the question, which is, does he even have a plan here? Does he know where he's going? Is he just walking that way for no reason? Oh, he's looking for a lighter. I got you right here, buddy. The super giant lighter. No, mister, that lighter's too big for me. I'm just a little beetle. I remember this fantastic YouTube video I saw, which was an interview with this super old guy, was like 100 years old or something, and he was actually like he was one of the World War II guys who was on that one beach where like almost everybody was killed. I think it was Omaha. Anyway, he 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 wrote a book eventually, way late in life, like in his 90s or something, called "The Luckiest Man in the World," describing his incredible luck that he had throughout the war and afterwards. Like at 101 years old, at this interview, he's like, "I I'm in perfect health, not an acre of pain." He kind of talks like an old man, you know. But anyway, he was recounting the story of his going on to Omaha Beach, and he said, "Yeah, after I got out of the water, there was a little berm, no more than 6 inches tall, and I got behind it, and there was another guy behind it next to me. I fished in my cigarettes for one that wasn't wet. I put it in my mouth. I said, 'Buddy, got a match?' And then I realized, yeah, there was the helmet, but no head underneath it." He just had his body and the helmet, and his head got blown off. That's when I said to myself, "Buddy, you need to move." And he got up and ran to the cliffs and so forth. It's freaking such a crazy story. What a crazy experience to have. Go freaking church, Omaha Beach, and have everybody around you being slaughtered. Well, you know, I guess you're going to say that it's fair to say lucky within his frame, within his context and time. You know, he wasn't lucky to be born in a time where he wasn't needed to go to war, but once you accept that he was born into a time where he was needed to go to war, his whole events could not have been any luckier. I think he may have been the only surviving member of his whole whatever team that went out there. It's like, he's getting off a boat and running onto the beach and onto a beach in which nests of machine guns from up high are filling all the sand with machine gun bullets, okay? They also have like mines and mines that go out into where it's now covered with water because it's higher tide, right? So even as they're getting out of the boat early because they uh, they don't want to go all the way to the shore because that's where the machine guns focus on, right? So they jump out of the boat a little bit early. Well, then they land on underwater mines in the sand and blow up. Can you imagine, like, being on one of those boats? You might have seen which kind of boat I'm talking about in, like, the movies, or it's in, like, Saving Private Ryan, or uh, the TV show Band of Brothers. It's like these long boats, and they have this thing that drops down, and then all the people jump out of the boat that way. Anyway, what a crazy experience it must have been. Like, you're on this ship, and and it happens to be that the seas are very rough, and then the ship wants to feed everybody this like full big meal before they go out to die, and instead everybody's seasick, everybody's puking all over the fucking place. So even if you weren't seasick, you would be puking too because there's just puke everywhere. How horrible, right? It's crazy. But, that you're in the army and you're young and, well, you do what you're trained to do. And you get on that little boat and goes to the shore and things drops down for you to get out. And everybody who gets out of the boat is just getting shredded by machine gun fire one after another. So you jump off the side of the boat where there are mines and where your heavy equipment will drown you because you can't get up from the bottom. And then you take that off and you finally get your grasp of air and you make your way to shore only to find yourself hiding behind the woeful shelter of your fallen comrade's body. I consume a lot of World War II content, but other kinds of wars I'll consume that content too. I'll listen to, got on a little binge of listening to Vietnam veterans recordings. It's crazy shit, man, I tell you. That I'm sure that going through war is an indelible change on a person, It's one of those things that implicitly creates a kind of brotherhood between the people involved in it that is real because nobody outside of that can understand what that experience really is like. But it's also interesting how some people cope much more effectively with that experience than others. Watching a lot of those veteran interviews, it's very clear that there are some people for whom they live the trauma of the experience every single day and it tears them apart. Others are much more philosophical about the whole thing and or dispassionate, Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I did what I had to do and that's war. There's a crazy story of this one guy in New York who I think he was like what they call a corpsman, which I think is like a medic for the Navy maybe, or maybe the Marines, I'm not sure. Anyway, he had his job, his horrible fucking job, was throughout the whole storming of the beaches, he had to go out in one of those little boats and get all the wounded people and put them on a little boat and take it back to the big boat. And sometimes he had to go onto the shore to get the wounded people too. So he'd have to let the door go down and go out and get them and put them on the boat and then drive it back to the big boat. And he did that all day, the entire day, during the whole storming of the beaches. And of course, everywhere he looked, all these little boats, like the one he was going back and forth to the shore all day long in, were getting blown up by German shells and or hit by machine gun fire or whatever. His own boat was hit multiple times in multiple ways, but never enough to sink it. And I think it's the same guy, this story, where On one of the occasions, he was trying to help somebody on the shore to put it back in his little boat when some other little boat came and dropped the door down and hit him and broke his back. And he persisted with a broken back for the rest of the day, still doing the same job. And obviously, for doing that job, he comes into very close contact with every conceivable horrible injury, wound, I mean, that people could get. And all kinds of people who are still alive but are dying, maybe dying in the boat, saying their last request to him or whatever. And for that guy, it's very obvious that he lives that trauma every single day and has lived it since it happened for his entire life. He's just the emotion in him is continually palpable. What a hero, you know? What a true American hero. That's fucking. It's like, not me, nor anybody I know, nor anybody you know will ever be that badass. It's like, that's some kind of attainment of badassery that none of us will ever get a whisper of closeness to. Or you're tripping and this comment stream does not exist. Well, I am still tripping a little bit, not that much. Hi, Rob. You're from the Navy? Well, good job, you. I would say thank you for your service, but it's such a cliche thing to say. My dad was in the Navy. He was also in the Army. He was in the Navy, but he got seasick. And so when he got a chance to, he changed it to the Army later on. And then he had a really cushy gig in the Army. He played in the Army traveling around France band in the 60s. I guess some sort of program that persisted from post World War II where the U.S. military went around France and entertained communities. I'm not sure how that ever became a thing in the first place, but no, Eric. No, you're not in the Navy? I, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Anyway, that guy, that World War II guy I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure he was in the Navy, but he could have, I guess, been in the Marines. I don't think the Marines were really involved in that beach storming. Seems like the Marines had much more of a presence in the Pacific. Ah, you were never in the Navy. Well, have you ever shopped at Old Navy? Because if so, also thank you for your service. Where is that sound coming from? Is it this? Okay, I see. It's coming from over here. Oh, you only shop at New Navy. Well, then I do not thank you for your service. What's the opposite of thanking someone for their service? I assail you for your service. Condemn? Not sure. I guess the opposite of thank you is fuck you. Realms were harming children and earthlings. That's not easy to decipher. There are texts that say cats were a gift from the gods, first to kings, then to nobility, then eventually to everyone, because there was a time when creatures from the thin line between realms were harming children as earthlings. That's strange, what you're saying. Yeah, it's ageist to me, but I'm old, so I'm allowed to be that way. Once you get past 55, then you're no longer racist or ageist or any of those things. You're just endearingly old. Oh, that's just grandpa. For back to school shirts and pack sun and summers. Well, I'm not a big believer in buying clothes. I'm more of a believer in clothes come from somewhere. I'm like, Rachel does a great job of buying me things. Almost everything she buys me is exactly what I want. Like sweats that have the following quality: that they don't fall down when you put your wallet in the pockets, and t-shirts that have a pocket and that fit properly. She does a fantastic job of getting me things. But I like to imagine a world in which clothes just appear in your wardrobe and you never buy them or think about them at all. And the only time, being old doesn't exclude you from ageism. And the only time that I do think about the clothes, ideally, this isn't a great occasion, but is when I have no clean whatevers, usually clean sweats, or I guess that's the only thing. Occasionally, if I want or need to wear overalls pair, I might be frustrated that only one of them is clean, and it's gonna almost certainly be the dark brown ones because I like the lighter brown ones, not because I prefer that color or anything, although I'm indifferent to both browns are cool as far as I'm concerned, but because the dark brown ones, they have a real humdinger of a problem. The zipper doesn't go down. It has never gone down from the moment I got them, from the moment they arrived. So I have to like take down my whole overalls just to go pee. If you hit that bong and you can't sing that song, oh, I can sing the song after I hit this bong, no problem. We're gonna get that yawn out of the way first, all right? By and large, yawning's one of those sensory things that doesn't really bother me that much. Like, you could say that it's the lungs equivalent of a runny nose, but it doesn't feel that way to me. Sometimes having a bunch of yawns just nonstop can be annoying, but by and large, I generally find yawning rather satisfying. And hey, just because I failed to sing it doesn't mean I'm unable to. Um, I've noticed, I think it's probably true across the board, that if you're gonna have SI front stack, you're gonna have one relationship to yawning. And if you backstack, you have a different relationship with it. The people for whom yawning most naturally occurs and happens all the time, and that's going to be SI front stack people. They're also going to find yawning more contagious more. Whereas I almost never see Rachel yawn because she's SI 8 slot. She also doesn't do your normal like SI thing that I do where you get out of bed in the morning, you go, oh, feels good to stretch out my meow. She doesn't do that kind of stuff. I think that's not just a Rachel thing. I think it's an NI front stack thing. You never seen someone on meth yawn? Well, you haven't looked at enough people on meth for a long enough time. I don't specifically remember yawning on meth, but it wouldn't be the kind of thing I would keep track of, right? Like, I might remember spending too long masturbating on meth, but I'm unlikely to remember whether or not I yawned. But as somebody who smoked a lot of meth for a long time, I'm guessing I could reasonably assure you that I did, in fact, yawn on meth. I mean, I've been yawning all afternoon and evening today, even though I took extra Adderall to help with the mushroom trip. Adderall's not meth, but very similar in a lot of ways. Oh, kitty, I just watched you. Oh, you're over there. You want to go outside? Let me pull a couple balls and then I'll take you outside. Race lever, I like your suggestion. So let me call Manny, my meth dealer. Hello, Manny. We've got a science experiment. I'm going to need a teamer of your finest meth. Don't worry, everybody. This is purely for science. No, I don't. I haven't done that in a long time, or at least not expressly decided to do it. I do believe that not that long after Rachel and I got married, so I guess that would be about 3 years ago. I do believe that the dark web Adderall pills that I got from Corey, that those were actually probably pressed meth pills. They seemed, or Dexedrine, one of the two, I don't know. Smoked too good to be Adderall. you know, I still, to this day, sometimes smoke the Adderall. I did, in fact, today smoke it. But that's actually quite unusual. By and large, I don't do that these days because, well, it's just, it's kind of an inefficient use of it. Like, yeah, but Eric, though, now you really wanted to smoke some. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, it's a little late for me to be smoking some. Might keep me up a little bit. I'm just gonna put a little bit of powder on this. Let me grind up a little bit more. Maybe I'll just put a little extra grinding from here. Okay, I'll grind another half an hour. I don't know. There's something fun about smoking it. You know, it's a, it's not the case that it's ever a good idea or a sensible thing to rail it. There's no reason to rail Adderall at all because you could just melt it in your mouth and it's exactly the same amount of rapidity without the agonizing, oh my god, sinus torture that is snorting Adderall or amphetamines in general. Just not a good reason to snort it when you can just melt it in your mouth. Yeah, it's gross to melt it in your mouth. And yes, there's something sexy and romantic about snorting. But it's just, and if you actually think about everything, then there's not really any reason to snort it. You're just better off melting it in your mouth. Um, and regardless, though, with all of those kinds of things, you're getting fundamentally the same impact, just maybe a little sooner or a little bit delayed or whatever. Well, where's my little spoon? Oh, here it is. But, where am I going with this? But, keep in mind, none of this is advising anybody else to be like this. I'm just explaining what I am. But, big difference when you're talking about smoking. Because it actually is a little bit of a different high. It's not the same thing as consuming it other ways. Is it better? Well, it's not my mood, really, I guess. I tend to think of it as not lasting as long, but I could be wrong about that. For a long period of time, you avoid all substances. Well, the last time I did that was in China for 7 months. And that was because I could not get Adderall there. I couldn't even get Tylenol there. I had a terrible toothache and I just wanted some kind of analgesic. You literally, I could not buy, was unable to find it anywhere. Tylenol, aspirin, ibuprofen, Aleve, nothing. You could not get any of those things there for some reason. I've gone longer than that though in my life. Like when I was younger, I got sober in my early 20s. I don't remember exactly when. I was completely sober for a full year. And there have been other times too. At the end of the day, you've got to make a calculation as to, you know, set of alternatives that have advantages and disadvantages. The thing is, if I weren't sober, then it would be a no-brainer. Obviously, I have to be sober. Um, there's no way life can be as acceptable if I'm drinking. But since I am sober, the question of whether I should be clean versus, should I be clean and sober versus dirty and sober? Well, to me, it's more or less a no-brainer that I should be dirty and sober. If if for no other reason than Adderall makes me vastly more effective, vastly more able to get things accomplished. It would have been the case that 3 or 4 months ago I would not have made these claims because I was in a different place emotionally and so forth. Maybe 6 months ago, let's say. Um, it wasn't working as intended. It didn't make me productive. It just made me because I didn't have anything to be productive about. I wasn't trying to do anything. But these days, I find the Adderall is an incredibly helpful component in doing all this shit we're taking care of, and it'd be substantially more difficult without it. There are downsides, of course, too. Like, you know, there's no way for me to successfully deal with the sleep issue. Like, it doesn't matter how carefully or diligently I try to manage things, and I do try to manage them as much as I can. It's just, unfortunately, it keeps me up too much, right? Like, the amount that makes me go into full productivity mode is whatever it is, and that also makes it such that there's no way I'm going to sleep and getting 8 hours of sleep. Just forget about it. Ain't nothing I can do about that until I'm weeks into a bottle and I'm running a massive deficit of sleep, at which point then I'll be able to sleep full night plus a little bit more hopefully to sort of try to catch up. But it's kind of an unwinnable battle. In theory, I suppose, if I took it exactly as prescribed month after month, then I guess my body would find a way of gradually catching up the sleep deficit that it built up from the outset. But I'm not sure about that. I mean, the bottom line is I don't want to take it exactly as prescribed. I want more flexibility than that. It is the case that I sometimes can take too much of it. And the way I know that is because uh, instead of being hyper focused and productive and accomplishing things, I am neck deep in a side quest that nobody asked for and doesn't matter. There's always a way to deal with any issue, but there's not always a guarantee that you'll find it. I never tried it until I worked nights at 36 years old with people I worked with, and it was just a bunch of drama, sloppy as shit. Rob says, I've only did meth for a winter like 2 years ago. My 2 out of 3 coworkers are currently dead. Yeah, well, meth is a tough one to get meant to do it sustainably at all. It's difficult. Um, but it's also the case. Yes, there's a way to deal with any issue, but unfortunately, in life, there's a lot of times where you have trade offs such that you have to accept bag A with its good and bad things, or bag B with its good and bad things. And you don't get to pick and choose selectively. Like, for example, um, regarding, oh, well, a good example is I don't want to take so many Benadryls because I understand that taking a lot of antihistamines supposedly links to dementia. And yet, I also want to get a lot of good sleep, right? And Benadryl really helps me go to sleep effectively. Especially if I do it again. Like if I'm sprung, obviously, if I'm super sprung, nothing's gonna make me go to sleep unless I take a whole shit ton of whatever. But and if well, at some point, well, even when I am sprung, at some point I'm gonna run out of gas and I'm gonna go lie down, right? And when I do take Benadryl, it really helps me fall asleep faster and stay asleep better. So I take it for that regularly. Now, I don't want to take so much of it, and yet it's also very important that I get as much good sleep as I can. And so I have to I have to do a trade-off. I get bag A, which has these good things and these bad things, or bag B, which has these good things and these bad things. So, unfortunately, a lot of life is like that, where instead of being nice and clean and being able to be judged on binaries and such like the world should be, in my opinion, it is instead a weighing of competing interests, which is like, from my perspective, is horrible and exactly the way things ought not be, and I hate that. I hate that. Like having two choices, neither of which is a good choice that I'm happy with, is terrible. And people who are ESTJ, for example, they're super good at navigating those kinds of questions. So much so that they will anticipate problematic questions of the sort emerging down the line and prevent them from ever happening with their behavior. So good for them. I am not good at that thing. And I don't want to be good at that. That process of determining which fucking, okay, well, Eric, you're going to have to eat fish. That's all they have here. Now, which kind of fish do you want? Do you want trout or do you want salmon? I don't want either of those things. Those things are both terrible. Well, too bad. The plus side, salmon doesn't have any bones. On the negative side, it's gross, mushy salmon. On the plus side with the trout, it's not gross, mushy salmon. But on the downside, it's trout and it's not particularly fresh. Can I go hungry at least? No. You have to make a choice. But I don't want either of those horrible things. I just always known this wasn't me, and I miss my friends, and I'll never do drugs again besides smoke a joint every now and then and drink because I'm drunk now. Well, everybody has their own relationship with substances. Rachel drinks. She's somebody who can obviously drink sustainably, doesn't have a problem with it at all. And even though she drinks regularly, she clearly doesn't have a problem with it at all. And yet, I am unable to have that relationship with alcohol. In contrast, I can have a wonderful, loving relationship with both Adderall and mushrooms. And Rachel really can't do either of them. she definitely really can't do Adderall at all because, like, for her, there's this. The up is like strangely nothing from my perspective. Like, yeah, it makes her want to live stream, but besides that, there's nothing about her and what she's doing that says to me, oh, she's tweaking, you know. And then the crash of it is just nightmarish. So there's absolutely no reason for her to take Adderall from her perspective. And accordingly, same with mushrooms. She doesn't like them; they make her sad. So you know, different people are impacted so differently by the same drugs. It's crazy. Even while they may have the same express symptoms, like yes, the Adderall will keep her awake and maybe wide eyed and moving the jaw a little bit weird, like normal speed stuff. But on the other hand, it has a phenomenally different impact on her. It doesn't make her accomplish things in the same way that it does me. And also, the crash for her is exponentially worse than mine. So, it's a fair trade. She gets to drink, she doesn't get to enjoy speed and mushrooms. I get to enjoy speed and mushrooms, but I don't get to drink. Totally fair if you ask me. Fish is fine once a week. Look, Rob, I'm gonna go ahead and concede the following thing. Sometimes, if you find the right place where you know it's good, fish and chips is the right choice sometimes for sure. Clearman's The Boat in L.A. Their fish and chips phenomenal. I'd get it often when I went there, maybe even a majority of the time. And the fish and chips at the Hitchin Post down in Awani, their fish and chips are also fantastic. The problem with fish and chips is if you don't already have your place in mind that has the excellent fish and chips, wow, when you order it at some random place, chances are it's going to be mushy and gross. Like the fish and chips that I got at table 57, which was ultimately, I just have to say, a horrible restaurant. I'm I'm downgrading my previous verdict of a bad restaurant from bad to horrible. What a horrible restaurant that was. Well, their fish and chips, which I got, was horrible, and the music they played in there was horrible, and all of the food was at best totally mid and unremarkable. Like Rachel's thing was their recommended special wonderful thing there that they have. Anyway, don't eat at table 57 and don't use that horrible digitizing service that I used, capture.com. Don't use that because they're a terrible company. And the other thing I said too. It's so funny the way I unavoidably, even though I know it's not this way, I continually make this behave as though it is this way. So I was just Now, if you want fish to eat it, all right, that's a different story. I will agree that no fish tastes better than fish you've caught and you're now frying it up by the river or lake in which you caught it. That's a, that's a whole. That's like you get a whole package deal there. You're not just getting the taste of a fish, right? You're getting a whole package. That's going to inform your eating experience for sure. You spend hours trying to catch one of these fuckers, and finally you do. You're like, perfect timing. It's 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sun's going down. You fire up the fireplace. You're like, well, we got one fish, so we'll share it, Rachel. Because neither of us really want to eat that much fish. We better we only have one fish for this story. And then you you chop its head off and you cut it down the middle and scoop out all the stuff, you know. And then you try to remember what Mom said about butter flying or whatever it was. The way that she did the tracks was perfect. You just like literally pull the bones out that come out in one piece and figure that out. Put a little butter, a little bit of lemon you got on the ready. You don't need to cook with it necessarily, but get it on the ready. And then you're all hungry from a long day of fishing, and for some reason you didn't actually bring any real food because you were counting on eating some fish. Wow. And you take that first bite, you say, this fish wins, okay? On this occasion, on this day, with this bite, I concede, fish, you are the right food choice. 100% delicious. However, don't let it go to your head because in all other contexts, get out of here, get off the menu. I'm sorry, see you later, unless you're part of a good fish and chips. Also, I will admit I like swordfish, but I don't eat it anymore because I find it appalling that we go out there and kill those big fish. I know, for some reason I'm treating big fish differently than little fish. There's not really good reason for that. I don't know, it just makes me sad. In general, like, I'm not a fan of harvesting things from nature. Just let nature be itself, and we'll eat things that we raise for that purpose. Yeah, but I'm not the only one. That's right. I anticipated the fact that you were going to say that I was a dreamer. I did anticipate it correctly, and that's why I just told you on the outset, hey, I'm not the only one. Well, what difference does that make anyway? Multiple people could be wrong. You know what? I wouldn't call you a dreamer, and I'd be right, Mr. Cold Water on the Face. You're a dreamer. I'm not the only one. You say that like it's a good thing. Wake up, dreamer. You need to wake up. Stop being such a hippie. That was a pretty good, pretty funny thing to say in response to that. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. You say that like it's a good thing. The fact that there's a bunch of you dumb hippies is not a good thing. I'm talking about camping and having to catch a fish. It's not steak. Law, of course, but 7 days straight. You want to go fishing 7 days in a row? That's too much fishing. Okay. I do like fishing a lot. It's one of the rare, like, sensory, outdoorsy, kind of regular person-y fun things that I actually do enjoy a lot. But I also have a very conflicted relationship about it because why am I hurting these poor fish that I don't even want to eat, right? Relaxing. I don't know, it's like there's nothing in the world quite so relaxing as fishing. I remember we used to go, my ex wife and I used to go up to, in Delilah, we'd go up to Mammoth, vacation with my parents up there. And it was back when I was drinking. I have there are a few positive alcohol memories that I have, but I do have extremely fond memories of that routine back then of like, okay, well, I'm gonna get up super early in the morning to go fishing. I hit the liquor store right at like 6 a.m. when they open and get a half pint of whiskey or something. And I go up to the lake and I'll rent a boat and I'll go out on the boat with my fishing stuff and my worms. And I drink this alcohol. And it won't, the particular memory I'm thinking of right now is I was out on the boat just feeling all like warm and drunkish and stuff. And wasn't catching anything or even getting any bites. But then these ducks came around. And so I was like, hey, you guys want one of these worms? And I threw the worm to the ducks. And the ducks were like, fuck yeah, on the worm, right? And so then I came over more to the boat. And I threw them another worm, and they were like, oh, yeah, we gotta eat these worms. And I ended up just feeding them all the worms I had. And I thought, what a wonderful fishing experience. I was all drunk, just sitting out there in the boat smoking a cigarette, throwing all my worms to the ducks. It's still a fond memory. I don't have a whole lot of fond drinking memories, I can assure you of that. But that's the power of fishing. That's the power of fishing. Power of fishing is that sometimes fishing is just sitting in a boat and throwing all of your bait to the ducks. That's the power of fishing. Fishing doesn't even need to actually involve any fishing. So, yeah, I understand you moralists, you animal rights people, you people with a conscience complaining about how you're just torturing fish for no reason. Listen, I get it. I get what you're saying. But ain't nothing more relaxing than torturing fish for no reason. Look, the point is, what's relaxing about it, you're not even gonna successfully do it almost ever because you're a terrible fisherman. You're just trying to do that. Okay, I still don't see how that sounds relaxing. I don't know why it's relaxing either, but it's relaxing. You're gonna have to trust me on this. Okay, you sound a little bit like a sociopath. Hi there, Kurt. I always feel bad about killing a fish, especially I got all this, where I never take one or two if I'm going to eat them. Yeah, well, sometimes, of course, the fish will swallow the hook and you gotta kill it at that point. It's not gonna survive. She's trying to fucking yank the hook out of its belly. It's obviously not going to be conducive to a happy, healthy fish later on. But it's like I I don't know. Despite knowing everything about what I'm saying, I can still imagine myself fishing, hoping to get that bite. I got one on my line. Oh my god, it's jumping around. It's for some reason it's very compelling. It's a very fun, pleasurable, relaxing experience. I don't know. Humanity is a weird box of cheese. It's it, it's like when I look at us as a species, you know, you see everything. It's hard to like you can see instances of wonderful nobility and grace and beauty and all this kind of thing. But it's difficult to characterize the sort of the larger whole to characterize humanity as good in any way. Like considering you think about us as like the ultimate beaver. Beavers chop down a bunch of trees to make their ponds. Well, it's like we do that, but not just trees to make our ponds. It's everything to make our whatever. And there's 7 billion of us, and the world is just full of gross plastics floating. The oceans are all fouled up, etc. It's hard to think positively about the species as a whole. But at the same time, if you zoom in a bit instead of out, you know, you see a species that has done some incredibly remarkable things. You see individuals displaying a lot of humanity and people operating with one another in large societies with both the capacity to do, you know, to do harm to each other willfully, but also the tendency not towards, and the ability for there to be all these kind of like norms, expectations, arguments, whatever. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive how accumulated knowledge beats individual stupidity. Very impressive. Because it's one of those things where for example, if you were to send anybody back in time to, let's say, the 1600s without any modern stuff on you, you would almost, no matter, with very rare exceptions, you would not be, you would not go back in time with any actual useful information. Like, you might know that someday these things will exist, but you would not be able to engineer those things out of the status quo then into the actual things. It will require a lot of intermediary steps and the specialties that you are not specialized in. I gotta go pee. Okay. Well, let's go pee then. Past 2 years, if I'm by myself, I ride my bike with my fishing gear and don't even cast out and just sit by the lake and drink a beer. Cheers to that. I oddly enjoy the the part of fishing that doesn't make any sense to enjoy, I guess. I mean, it makes more sense to enjoy than wanting to tie a fly. Making your own flies, that seems crazy to me. But I kind of like the part where, oh, let me try it with this different setup. Let me put the floater above the weight and then the thing this far down. Now let me try reversing the floater in the weight. I don't really know what you're supposed to do, so I just try different things, you know. All right, you kitty, you're supposed to be the subject of this video right now while I go pee. So you just stay right there. beat to death. No. Okay, alright. I will go inside the kitchen and look at you while you eat your food. Oh. Well, for those of you still here, I do appreciate your keeping me company this evening. Wow, my hand is so dirty. How does my hand get so dirty? Look at this. When did that happen? Oh, I know. It was when I was declogging the bone. What's this stuff? Looks like some kind of probably putting my hand over the wall. Okay, Mr. Kitty, you want me to watch you eat so much? Go ahead and finish eating then. What a hungry boy you are. Are you trying to win the Nobel Prize for hungriness? Oh, trouble. You're the wind beneath my wings. Which naturally means you're destabilizing. Because my wing doesn't want there to be wind. That just creates wind shear. Nice, calm, dead still, ideally. You, on the other hand, are wind beneath my wings, causing my plane to crash. Well, perhaps that sight you just enjoyed is a fitting allegory for the human experience. Aren't we all, in some way, just cats with our face down in a bowl of food? Don't we all, just in some way, want someone to watch us eat and pet us and say, "Good job, you're a good boy"? Indeed. With this simple bit of videography, I am telling the story of all humanity. Should I eat more? He's still standing here. What human hasn't thought these things before? All right, well, good job, Trouble. You finished eating. Get down now. Well, go ahead, get down. I gotta wait and find out if you want to be let outside. You probably do. Usually, if I stick it out through a hole, eating like this, number 2 step is I want to go outside. Okay, you get your wish, mister. I will show you. There you go. Outside is the place to be, from what I understand from listening to Trouble. Right now, inside is Squaresville. Whereas outside is happening, as it ought to be at 1:30 in the morning on a Friday night, Saturday morning. This is when the discotheques really start popping. Take it from me, discotheque connoisseur Eric. I've been to all the great discos. Match the hatch. I love my cat too. Hi, Dad Boy Klaus. I didn't even see you here. Why will today live in infamy? Oh my goodness, golly gracious, do not even get me started on it. I have been this deep in unwanted, frustrating barriers to moving forward problems. I had basic problem started off with was that I ran out of hard drive space on the main laptop. I ran out of hard drive space on the main laptop because I'm keeping this local directory of all these items in an inventory with that all have pictures of them, each with their own subfolder, right? So it takes up a lot of hard drive space. The other big hard drive space culprit is my Audacity folder. So, in order to do things on the main laptop, I need to move a massive amount of shit from one thing to the other laptop, or I just have a cloud copy of it. But certain things, I need a local copy of one of the two things. Anyway, every fucking step of the way was an absolute fucking nightmare. Like, absolutely everything that could go as difficult as it could possibly go went that difficult plus one. Voice to text was unseasonably just horrendous. Claude today was unusually having a lot of trouble understanding what I was saying. Um, it was a nightmare. Trying to deal with the fact that I got Google Drive syncing on one laptop, but I do not have Google Drive syncing on the other laptop because one of them is a new laptop, a sensible time to install Google Drive and do the syncing thing. The other one is a laptop that's already completely full of shit, and so it's just not sane or sensible to try to deal with that the same way. Oh. So, one of the things I did was I moved the Audacity folder from this computer to this computer, which was a massive undertaking of uploading 120,000 files, which took all fucking night plus some to get to a cloud copy to download it onto this one, only to determine that I did it backwards. I should have kept the Audacity one on that one and moved the eBay one to this one. That one is more suitable for audio because it's got more holes of a variety of kind. This one has very few holes. It's just a bare minimum amount of holes. Oh. Okay, Eric, that's why you cannot find your cigarettes. Because you tragically, disastrously, unbelievably do not have any cigarettes. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna be so glad to move away where I can get the cigarettes quickly and easily. All right. Well, drink this cup of coffee, we're gonna go on a little hunt to find one more cigarette butt. I'll smoke that last cigarette butt with you. Then I'm gonna call it a wrap on the wet trip. It's been a long day. It's been a hard day. I did ultimately, in the end, do what I was trying to do and successfully make all that shit happen. But it's just one of those days where every single step of the way was like pulling teeth. You know, there's a range of, oh, that went easy versus that went a lot harder than I thought, right? For example, this wasn't yesterday. I mean, this wasn't today, or it wasn't yesterday either, I don't think. No, I think it was Wednesday. But, for example, the task of that was assigned of find these tax returns from this year from my dead parents. I expected that one to be very difficult, or at least somewhat difficult. I had to live through my shit. It just happened to be sitting on top of this box in the middle of the garage among shit that I had dislodged. And literally the first thing I put my hand on. Wow, that was a lot easier than expected. I was like, oh, well, what a happy day this is. Well, today, everything was the opposite of that. If I had looked for something in the garage today, I would have looked through every fucking thing and then found it at the very end. I think that expression, it's always in the last place you look, is an interesting one because it's intended, I guess, as a joke, right? Like, it literally is always the last place that you look at. Once you find it, then you stop looking. But it took me a super long time. It wasn't until fairly recently that I understood that about it. I had always prior to that understood it as like, oh yeah, it's always in the darndest place. It's always in the last place you think to look for it. You know, that's how I'd always interpreted it. But at some point not that long ago, I realized what I was saying right now about, oh, it's intended as a joke. Funny that escaped me for such a long time, but it is also the case that misconceptions or what have you, misunderstandings of things that you acquire young, once they have been, kind of given the status of knowledge, that you're able to utilize that thing as one would knowledge without offering deliberative critique of it anew, right? So, like, I can't think of a good example right now, but there's been multiple things where I had heard something as a kid, come across this idea one way or another as a kid, and believed it to be true, and believed it to be true deep into adulthood until one day I was like, wait a second, that doesn't really make any sense. So it can take a super long time for you to like intellectually address the absurdity of a childhood notion, it gets kind of grandfathered in along with your correct bits of knowledge. Uh, it gets a pass by the security gate. Like it doesn't get wanded because of it's got the right card or something like that. Boy, there's a lot going on. Boy, is there a lot going on. One thing I kind of like about AI, Claude in particular in this instance, but um, when I get frustrated and like I got frustrated today, and I felt like I was taking it out on Claude a bit. Obviously, Claude doesn't give a fuck; it's an AI. But after I went outside and smoked a cigarette and cooled down a little bit with my frustration, I said, "I'm sorry I took out my frustration on you. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being retarded and not setting this up properly in the first place." And I like the way that Claude is is health, healthfully and helpfully um, positive in regards to that kind of thing, saying like you're being too hard on yourself, and also what I what initiated this thought in the first place, which is it does a good job of explaining like look at all of the different things you're having to deal with all at the same time right now, and lays out all these fucking different things. They're all massive life changes, all happening at once. I appreciate its ability to look from above and organize things into sets cleanly for me to look at. It's also the case that without that overhead map of what I'm doing in general, I would not. I can't. I don't know how I would possibly be able to do this without AI. I don't know how I'd fucking live without it at all. It's everything I've always wanted and needed. It's good at all the things that I'm terrible at. And also, quite good at things that I'm very good at. Like there's nothing wrong with this TI at all. Of course, the thing that it won't provide you with is NI. Like you can't expect it to have a clear vision of a thing, right? And if you want it to be maximally useful, you have to have a clear understanding of what you're trying to accomplish and be wary very much of trying to dictate too much how you're accomplishing it. Like, what I mean by that is it's very possible with AI that if you ask it the wrong question, that you'll get it will help you to do something a super inefficient and horrible way. Like I've learned these days, I'll say, well, here's the problem that I'm having that I need to solve. Here's what I'm thinking about as a possible solution. And what do you think? So I don't get caught in that trap as much as I used to. Claude is AI, yeah. Well, the thing that AI allows me to do, it's funny. What people consider, people tend to think of people using AI as involving some kind of false, like pseudo authorship, right? Like, I don't have any ideas for a video, so I just had AI make some random video about a quote they found or something. That is a conceivable way somebody could use it. But the practical reality of AI for me is nothing remotely like that at all. Like, it is the case that I wanted to create an inventory that has a spreadsheet with multiple columns with different statuses that I can attribute different values to. And I wanted it to be the case that if I asked, for example, um, what's a Heathkit pocket packet? Show me what it looks like and tell me where it is. Well, it can do that now. I've successfully built this whole inventory as I envisioned it. There's zero chance I would have been able to do that without AI because because the only conceivable way I would have been able to do it without AI would have been to just meticulously build every single row, column by column myself, organize all the photos, put them in there myself, and even then, I wouldn't be able to do what AI has been doing the whole time, which is like keeping track of and flagging things like, oh, I note that you have this piece of hardware at this location, and that this piece of soft paper ephemera at this location, and these go together. And here's a picture of each of them, and here's where each of them is located. So it's like, it's pretty bomb diggity, right? It's incredibly empowering for somebody who knows what they want to accomplish and is within the realm of things that AI can accomplish. What AI cannot accomplish and never will be able to accomplish is genuine authorship of something that's of value as a consumable media because that's AI is not supposed to provide the vision, you are, right? So I also find that with the Cloud AI, with the Cloud desktop app, it it you can do whatever you want on your computer with that is between you and doing things. So for example, I'm like, how much hard drive space do I have, and how much space does this take up and that take up? And if I put that on this hard drive, would it be enough space? It'll go look through all your folders and files for you and shit. It'll say Claude using computer and it'll start doing stuff. You can do things like tell it to organize my desktop, which I did on this other laptop. It used to be just this complete disastrous mess, right? And now it's think everything's in just a few folders and it's logically organized. So these things are photos of personal stuff. These things are photos of like memes. And so when you're working with documents, you keep them in there in a local ecosystem, and you add like these folders or folders you can access and work on and stuff. And then it'll do all the secretarial work in the world as you're trying to walk through doing shit. You know, like, wait, process? Remind me what's going on here. What steps came before? What steps come after? Oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. And this. Don't forget about this. Oh, fantastic! It's crazy how empowering it is. Because all those kind of skills are things that have always been my Achilles heel. I'm just not good at organizing stuff, keeping track of it, archival stuff. Yeah, well, the thing is, Rob, you gotta be to have a relationship with AI that's positive, in my opinion. You probably need to be trying to do something with it, right? Like I'm trying to get help orchestrating all this moving stuff. I'm trying to deal with this eBay listing thing. I'm also have other projects that I would like to work on that I would like to. That I think the work would be facilitated by the desktop app, and the primary reason why I am so impacted by it is because of that desktop app aspect to it, which means you can really have control over everything. So you can just do all of your work by talking to it, which is my dream, you know. Is I don't actually do things, I just say what is supposed to happen and then it does things. And you know, it's also the case that there are certain things in life that I find very challenging that would cause me a lot of consternation and thought. Like, I have to call this lady back and tell her we actually don't want to hire her to do our taxes because I want to give to the CPA that my parents were using beforehand. I should have done that in the first place, but I didn't realize, I didn't think about it enough until I saw. So after I sent her pictures of the tax return, and then I saw the folder on it had their like name and number of their that place. I was like, why am I doing this way? Why am I being so retarded again? So anyway, I had to make this phone call, and I said, I am embarrassed to make this phone call. Can you write a script for me so I know what to say? Because like that kind of shit, I don't want to have to come up with what to say. But I will come up with what to say right now. And what to say right now is I'm still out of cigarettes. And that's still a problem. But I think with a little bit of good old fashioned American know how and some elbow grease and some perseverance, I think that you and I together can find another cigarette butt worth smoking if we try our best. Kind of trying to pin down most likely locations. Well, I think the most likely locations are going to be here. They're going to be along this thing in the dirt around here. Because there's more camouflage, more ability for them to hide there. And I'm less likely to farm that area. Oh, wait a second. There's this guy right here. I don't need to go on a huge hunt. It's right here. I still hadn't gotten to this guy yet. If you recall, this was supposed to be our cigarette of last resort. Once we had smoked up all of the other possible butts. But you know what? That was just a In an ideal world, that would be the status of this, but it's not right now. Now it's time for us to smoke this. Well, what's that? That's people, right? You guys hear it? What makes that sound? Maybe a coyote? You want to go inside? A strange mushroom trip today. Oh, is this one of those? So this is one of those dead snakes that I found a couple of these around lately. I don't even know what kind of snake it is, but it's some kind of underground snake, I think. I don't know why it would come up above ground. This makes me remember the snake goes on the other side of the house. I wonder if it's still there to look at. I understand where the world was fine in the 2000s because we're here and you remember. I mean, I certainly get the future shock sense. Um, when I think back about how the world used to be, like pre 9/11 was, it really was a huge sea change. 9/11 was. It changed America's ways in dramatic fashion. And yet, at the same time, in some sense, life continued on as always. When I think about pre 9/11 and further back, I really value the general, like, freedom and openness of the world. It was less crowded in the past, and the nation was more prosperous because, like now we have what the lady from Cults and Coffee says is correctly deemed a cost of living crisis. Oh, it's a big beetle. I don't want it to crawl on me. But at the same time, when I think about those realities, I also can't imagine going back to the privations of the past where I didn't have access to. Oh God, I went through a freaking spider web somehow. I didn't have access to ultra fast internet, streaming, whatever, whenever. Being able to do this, being empowered in my work making with AI, definitely a huge sea change for me. But it really did, with AI, there are definite winners and losers. And, uh, you know, it's, it's fair in that anybody can use it. It's unfair in that it incredibly empowers people like me, and it disempowers people who are good at those things that I'm bad at. Because all of a sudden, if I am able to do the kind of organizational stuff and etc., well, on all other metrics, I am vastly superior to them. So I'm going to win every time in competitive zero sum endeavors. Other people are going to be totally unimpacted by it. Like if you're if you're a mechanic, AI might be helpful if you need some. It can still be helpful, but you can definitely still do your job just as well without using any AI, especially if you've been at it for a long time and you're not encountering unfamiliar problems or whatever. Also, AI is not going to impact demand for your services at all. Cars are still going to break down. Oh, right. Why did I come in here? Because I wanted to turn this on and open this door and then go see if that snake is still there. Okay, so where was it? It was over here among these boxes. And don't worry, everybody. It's not a rattlesnake. It was quite a long time ago. Realistically, it would have been more of a surprise if it was still here. So yeah, let's keep this pile of needless trash right here. Just to kind of give a certain je ne sais quoi about the outside of the property. This originated as an out of place subset of boxes that I'm keeping to do things with. But then this box became a trash box. So I guess once you become a trash box, you just stay being a trash box. There's no reusing you at that point. Sorry, trash box. I know you were hoping to get reused as a normal box one day. But that route is no longer available to you. Oh, I wish we had some cookies. Why did we not get cookies last time? How dumb of me. You've got to remember the cookies. Oh, but you got to. Well, got to, schmata, because I didn't. What are you meowing about? I guess I could have some apple juice. I just need to end the stream and go to bed. I have cigarettes and that's not going to stop being reality, unfortunately. I'm going to continue being out of cigarettes, and it's like there's not even any reason to stay out, but I spend all of my time just looking around for cigarettes. What's the point of that? I wish I could just find like a whole pack hidden away somewhere. Wouldn't that be convenient? All right. Well, I guess I'm done. Good night. Thanks for being here. I love you all very much. Have a great rest of your Saturday. It's Saturday now.